But for now, that's what we got. Welcome to Between Two Bellsprouts. Thank you to Need for Speediest Pogo for joining us this week for a quick impromptu visit after we sent out feelers. Thank you for joining us, Need for Speedy.
Yeah, absolutely no problem.
I
It's
understand
always
you just moved, so
I
I
did
I,
just
I
move
didn't.
the very plain background. I'm gonna put stuff back there eventually.
You're not
Eventually.
going minimalist on us. No, this isn't.
No,
No.
no.
Well, I remember you talking about moving before, and I hope that everything went well. And I know you're missing your mic, but hopefully everything is going as well as it can go when you
Yeah,
move.
yeah,
Moving is never ever fun, but hopefully this will be a welcome break from that.
yeah.
I j-
The first day when I brought a big bunch of load of my stuff down, I was like, "Oh, this is a lot of moving stuff," and it was like a lot of like cleaning and just disinfecting and everything because of COVID being around. And I realized in the mass chaos of when I was finally setting up my computer, or my main computer, I should say, that I don't have my mic and I forgot it. So it's always a joy.
How were you able to interact with the game in the midst of a move? Did you keep up at all in terms of your PvP or your grinding? I know this was a huge week in terms of stuff that was released. So were you taking it somewhat casually, or were you moving pretty
I
full
I've
speed?
been pretty casual most of the week. I've had other things I needed to focus on and other priorities. So it's kind of upsetting because I used to be a really big grinder. I have all the XP needed and I'm still level 40. So um but it's something.
Right. Of course, as always, we have Alyssa Rose and Scientist E with us. And the main thing that I thought that we could delve into this week, and maybe we'll have different perspectives on this, especially since we've got at least one person who's been taking it easy this week. How do you feel about the way that level 50, both the level as a player and the level for the Mons, is shaking out in kind of the early days? Do you feel like this is a good balance that Niantic has struck? Do you feel? Why don't you start, Need for Speedy? Do you feel like you're behind already? Like, do you feel like you're missing out on an event like these starters are going to be difficult to find after the event is over, or do you kind of take a deep breath and say we all know the starters come back?
Well, I mean, we're gonna get community days for them eventually, so I'm not super worried about those. And we also don't know about the conditions that like we'll be in. So for us, like Sunny, the fire ones are pretty easy to get weather boosted on and get good spawns for. Um, and like I've just kind of had my gotcha occasionally running in the background um, while I work on some other things because the spawns are like okay here. I'm definitely gonna miss my home spawn point of like 10, but it's it's something, and I know some people don't even have any spawn points, so I'm very fortunate in that I have some at least. Um, yeah, and like I still don't have a couple of the new ones, but honestly, you can like look at my decks and see how much less I am to impromptu evolve or do other things like that from when I started out in the beginning of this game. So I kind of like how they're incorporating the task along with the XP because it's like I know a lot of people have said there's like three or four generations of 40s. So there's the ones that were hardcore grinding, catching, mostly just Pidgey evolving. And then there was the rated 40s, which I was a rated 40, which got most of their XP through just rating typically legendary Pokemon. Um, and then this next current wave was friendship 40. So getting best friends. Like I know there's some 40s that only had like 90,000 catches, which if at the beginning of this game would be unheard of. So
Right. And and so what do we think? What's going to be this low? Is it going to be people who are excellent throw 40s, or is it going to be people like everybody's going to kind of be on a level playing field? I think that for folks who have been fairly serious about in the game in the past. Like most of us feel like this is all right. Like they're giving us a new challenge, but they're not just handing it to us, and they're not just like spitting in our face like everything we did before is kind of useless. It's just like it's something new to do. But how do you think that lower level or newer level players are going to feel about it? I can say that my wife actually just made 40 this week, and she told me, she's, oh, it feels so insignificant now. And I said, no, it's still like the biggest thing, but like it, for somebody who's even below that, what do you think that newer players are going to think of the new setup?
I feel a lot of the newer players are going to feel behind, and I know a lot of players that are newer and want to hit it for the badge and stuff like that, are feeling stressed out because they're like, oh my god, I want this, and it's something for us that it's like, oh, okay, that's this is cool, but like it's a real goal for some people, and um, for them trying to do that last final push. Like I was able to do 39 to 40 in 10 days, but that was constant rating. Um, that was very lucky egging everything, evolving everything. It was like a double XP event or something like that. And XP is so much more, I feel like, accessible, especially with friendship, um, that it is making level 50 plausible because you can be a free to play player and you can grind through friends and stuff like that, but with with the level 40s that were raid 40s like myself, if you had to um spend it spend it all on raid passes and stuff like that, that's going to get expensive really quickly, and I can tell a decent chunk of my XP now, especially from friendships. So
Right. Yeah. The friendship thing is huge. And actually, even though I did guide my wife toward doing some of that, like she definitely did not maximize it. So, like the fact that she did get to 40 with the number of friends that she had is definitely more significant, I think. So, what about you, Alyssa? How are you feeling a week in to level 50 shenanigans? Like, I think you've pressed further than Ethan and I have, right? You're not sitting at level 40 anymore.
No, I'm at 43, but I'm kind of at the point where I'm going to be XP grinding from here on out because I was never a hardcore grinder. That wasn't the part of the game that I enjoyed. I was here for PvP and PvP only. And now, I mean, once I hit 40, I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not going to do raids more than I needed to. I wasn't raiding for, I mean, you don't really use the things in raids for PvP for the most part. So I would do it to get the shiny, and that was that. Because that just wasn't my part of the game. So once I hit 40, I was like, okay, we're good. We're done grinding. And now there's a new goal to grind for. So I'm going to be back out doing that. And it's been fun. I enjoy the tasks. My wallet is not having a great time. It's been expensive. I think I've probably spent like $100 in the last couple days. So
Right.
got to slow down on that. But it was a really fun day doing all 30 grades in a couple of hours with some friends, and that was a lot, but it was fun. So no regrets, and that's my Christmas gift to myself. So justified.
What about you? What about you, Ethan? Do you have strong feelings on the grind right now? I know we've had some off stream talks about how we're treating it.
Right. I personally am taking my time. But you know me, like I'll raid for ponitas, I'll raid for espers. I'm weird, okay? So like just by doing those, like I was able to knock out the the rating thing, but like this whole like the next few tasks, like I'm taking my time. I'm just trying to get excellence right now. I've mainly just been excellent grinding. And the my opinion on how Niantic has handled this, I feel like it's a good change. Um, I feel like it's a good change, but they're ultimately forcing kind of players to play in a playstyle that they wouldn't have necessarily played in otherwise, right? Like you have Alyssa, like Alyssa didn't really want to like spend I feel like the money, but she did
But it
that
was
because
fun.
it's super fun.
But like, who
No,
the hell wants to grind raids with like Tyrant. Like, give me
Exactly.
something like good. At least make it shiny. This
Yeah.
is such a money grab because they're going to make it shiny soon, and we're going to do it all over again.
I'm trying to defend you.
Go ahead, carry on.
So when I pushed for 40, I know I'm kind of popping in for a sec, but when I pushed the 40, it was when it had the best raid box ever, where there was 24 in that large box. It was Ray was out for the first time. So I did over 150 Ray raids for when I pushed 4 to 40, and I probably spent $200 on the game that week. I'm not gonna lie, but I also did bank up 150 raid passes after that deal ended. So yeah.
I mean, that's super fun though. Those are like memories you'll never forget though. Like I'm sure you'll never forget the 30 raid day memory, Alyssa.
It was stressful because I was trying to get them in before sunset so I could evolve my Espeon.
And that's
a
lot.
I got it in 3 minutes before sunset.
That's what I have a problem with. Like, they shouldn't be doing that to us, I feel like, but they shouldn't be doing that to players that normally wouldn't play that way. But that's a good memory, obviously. So like, I'm not like knocking against it or anything. Like, that's awesome that you got to experience that. But I mean, you wouldn't have otherwise. If it was a lot more of a slower, if it wasn't encouraged to get it done faster. So, yeah. Because, like, I hit level 40 on Zapdos Raid Day. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was, like, when it was first, like, in the Raid Day. And, like, that was because, like, I hadn't spent, like, before then, I barely spent any money. I spent, like, maybe, like, $5 each raid day, or, like, $10 each raid day. And that was it. Like, that was all I spent on the game. And then, like, these community day boxes came out, like, I hit 40 and I just, like, I don't know what happened, but when you hit 40, like, your brain is just like, I need to spend more money. So, like, yeah, so I ended up spending a lot more. Probably spend a lot more now, but like, before then, like, I wasn't spending as much. I was kind of taking my time with it, but I was like, the grinding part of the game was like what I love to do, like going on like the raid trains, and like, even if I wasn't like spending money on my account, like the way I would circumvent it was using like the alts at the time, and just like keep going from alt to alt and be like, I could do that raid, I could do that raid, and then that's how I would like do that. And now I spend money because I only play my main. But like, yeah, no, those memories are so, like, I love like walking around with my locals, and like going from like gym to gym and just like talking. That was like the best to me. And even like getting in the car and like going around to all the gyms after I was level 40, like, those are the memories, like, that you'll remember forever. Like, along with like the PvP stuff too, like, going, obviously, but like, it's
No,
like,
honestly, going out with my friends grinding lately, because I've been doing that at least a couple times a week. It's been so fun that I'm enjoying that more than PvP now, and I've taken kind of a more casual approach to the self tournaments, which is wild. Like, I registered for a Nightfall tournament in Girls That PvP, and I just like slapped a team together, and I was like, this is fine, it's whatever. Whereas last season, I would have had my team planned out, and I would have been practicing every single day. But this season, I'm like, whatever, it's cool. If I suck, I suck.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting too, because like I have my reading fam, and then I have like my PvP fam, and then I have my Twitch fam, and it's like, we're all interested in different things, and there's like a whole bunch of different prospects of everything. So it's kind of very interesting that I get to interact with other people during this, and getting to see, like, because when I was pushing to 39, it was two couples. It was Valor and Mystic, and we had a rain train going in the morning. Then we broke off, did an EX raid, and then we did the rest of the raids. I literally hopped in the back of their truck, and I was like, okay, this is where we're going. This is what is there. We have this much time to get there. Go, go, go. And like, some of those memories I think will always stick with me. Like, and also a lot of the PvP tournaments too. But it's just interesting that I get to still see different sides of like people in my community.
Yeah.
Man.
How are you? Oops, pressing the wrong button. How are you guys finding the level changes in with regard to the current situation we're in? Do you feel like they struck the right balance with whether the spawns are difficult or hard when you're not moving? Are you, I mean, it sounds like Alyssa's definitely grinding a fair amount. I know I've been certainly driving and so forth, but do you think that they've struck the right balance? And what do you think might have been different if we hadn't been in a COVID situation in terms of the tasks or requirements that they're asking of us? I'll let you say first, Ethan. You can tell me what you think. I know you've got Noibat spawns at your house, so you can give the biased perspective from that direction.
Well, so does Victor. So let's just maybe it's like a West Coast thing, you know. But like I don't know. I feel like they kind of did strike a decent balance in the spawns. Just with like everything boosted right now, it's super nice that like there's tons of spawns and stuff. But I mean, you have places that are like California. Like we're about to starting, I think tomorrow, we're about to go into our lockdown again, like stay at home mandate.
Right.
So it doesn't exactly help having all these spawns that I can't take advantage of. But I mean, I guess it's pretty nice. It was nice for the time being when we were able to like go out more. But I think yeah, I definitely think that I think Froakie could be a little bit more common. We've talked about that, like at least Jiggly and I have. We talked about how Froakie's literally like nowhere to be found, but I've seen like 60 chest spins. Like, where's Froakie?
Yeah,
I've seen a lot more Froakies than Noibats.
I've seen 0 Noibat, so I can say the same. But still, Froakie's a starter, and it doesn't seem to be even close to the same ratio as the others, even when they're not weather boosted, which most of the time they have been, in fairness. But I mean, Froakie just seems to be non-existent around these parts.
Yeah, it seems to just be gone. Okay, so the key thing, the reason why I had Noibats at my house, if you're wondering, is because for once, California had windy weather this week. It was very surprising. I was like, okay, game, I'm incensing. So yeah, the Noivern or the Noibats are pretty cool, and I'd love to get a Noivern, but I don't think Noivern is good in PvP, so that's depressing. But yeah, I think they hit a decent balance though, and then with the excellence right now, like if you haven't gone out and grinded yet, you should tomorrow or like the next day if you have time, because excellence are like they're prime right now. They're really good.
They're prime. Yeah, if you have a chance to hit best buddies with anybody and stack a lucky egg with some sort of grind session, at like a nest for, I don't know what you would Magmar or
something easy
or something. I don't, does Tauros doesn't nest, I don't think, because it's regional, but
no. Something like that though. Yeah, like something easy, and then when you get tired, like when your legs get tired, you just start evolving everything you caught, and then you like coordinate your friends and stuff, and you do raids, and then when you are not tired, you go back and catch. That's the grind sesh, guys. There you go. Excellent throws. You're welcome.
Yeah, I was definitely. I think that was something the Australians got as a test as well, and we just got it right. It wasn't something that they sprung on us after the test, was it? Because I wasn't aware of it until you mentioned it, and I don't know if it was because I was.
I think it's just a part of the event.
Well, right now the event is double. Right. But was the excellence 1,000 for excellence? I think was
That's a permanent change.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was a permanent change, but it was also one of the things the Australians tested. It just wasn't. I think it just didn't cross my radar until Ethan said something, and I've definitely taken a new approach to throwing recently.
I think I have my gacha on so much, and I've gacha got so many things. It's like, do I remember how to hand throw anymore?
Exactly. That's why you should never that's why you should always hand throw. No,
I sit here as I have my gacha on sitting next to me.
I'm just a firm believer in hand throwing. I think all of my catches pretty much are hand caught. So I never really
Yeah, this community day thing though, like what I do is I let the gacha run. Like I'm still moving. I let the gacha run as I try and mass clean out my bag and check for PvP. I use it very rapidly. It's over here, so you see it like. But I got over 2,000 last community day weekend. I caught over 2,000 Pokemon in 20 hours.
That's crazy. Oh my gosh.
I drove an hour to a more dense downtown population too, so that was at least 4 hours of driving. I did a 6-hour stream that Sunday to Monday, and then I did 20 hours of Poco that weekend.
Wait, so that's like grinding after the day, right? You did that too?
No, so I did the 3 hours, but they had the spawns during that set time. Now it's like 6 a.m. to like 10 p.m. or something like that, or like it starts at 6 a.m. or something. So I probably won't do like the full time like I did last year, but I'm not gonna admit how much I play this game. I don't have a problem.
Something that's cool.
National Bowler.
Welcome, National Bowler. Something that's cool that I wanted to mention before, like you guys start talking. My mom might be getting back into it.
Oh, uh-oh.
Maybe.
Wow, that's a development right there.
She opened her app today and she was like, because she got a notification saying it was like the biggest update ever to Pokemon Go. And she's like level 31, so it's like she's not gonna hit 40, but she was like,
not with an attitude like that, she'd be
this is just where you grab everyone in town and you're like, I don't care. Send me all these damn legendary raids. I'm lucky getting them all, and then like just
I don't think she's gonna spend that much money.
Yeah, I don't think his mom's gonna go
I mean, you could in theory, but it would be so expensive.
I could get her to level 40 if I spent like thousands of dollars.
Yeah, no,
for a Christmas present.
You could get there. Like that's the thing. Is like someone I think on November 30th put out. He's like, I'm like I think it was like 3.5 million XP away or something. And he's like, what's the best way to get XP? I'm sitting here like looking at, I've had over 200 best friends and like a whole shitload of XP. I don't know how I got all that XP. Yeah, no, absolutely not.
I mean, honestly, there's also like, we kind of neglected 2 Adventure Week level 40s. Do you remember when like this Pokestops? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So that one guy.
Event 40s. Event 40s, maybe.
Right. Event 40. Well, specifically Adventure Week, but like that. There, I remember someone posted like an account starting like a new account, and then hitting level 40 in that entire week, just from spinning stops.
Okay. So that's the whole. So that's 4 generations is. OG 40s, raid 40s, friendship 40s, and then event 40s.
Yeah, Adventure Week, I feel like.
In parentheses, Adventure Week. Because even this week, with like double XP on almost everything, you could get pretty high.
You can.
And there's a lot more double XP events, I feel like, at the end, like the end half of this year that I honestly haven't taken advantage of, but I don't need the XP. But like I said earlier, when I hit 40 rating raids, that was a double XP week, but that was still technically in the time where we really didn't see a lot of double XP events. So
yeah, but yeah, exactly. So I just want to bring that up, that my mom was getting back into it. It's kind of cool.
If she's looking for friends, I've got you.
Yeah, wait, I should. Yeah,
that's insane.
I would love to be her friend.
You need to post her on the Discord for sure.
Yeah, I should actually, and then she'll feel more involved.
She might refuse to be friends with me just on principle for corrupting you.
No, I don't think so.
I feel like me and Ethan's mom are on good terms.
Yeah, no,
She knows I'm
definitely.
like a big fan.
Yeah, no, she really does, and she's. I wanna talk to her sometime.
We all
Oh,
prep each other. That's how this works. We all prep each other. It's like honestly, if it wasn't for the people, I would have totally quit this game so long
Mhm.
ago.
I mean, facts. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but yeah. Yeah, so anyways, go ahead. What are your opinions on the spawn density, whatever? Guys, I don't know who wants to go.
Well, I have opinions about the nesting Pokemon because
Oh,
they
okay.
have nerfed that so hard from 100 nesting Pokemon to like 30. And they took away
Whoa.
Meditite, which I was super looking
Oh,
forward to
what?
grinding for. Yeah, they sure did. I'm going to drop the link to that article on Reddit.
And then they added Drober? Like, I heard that.
Just
Like,
like, why would they do that? Why would they take away all the good stuff?
I live in California. I don't need Drober nests.
But see, that's the
Oh,
same thing.
geez.
Like even in the beginning, like it was all of our it was so funny because I would read everywhere that oh my god, EVs are so rare. I'm sitting here like with all my EVs because I'm an EV hoarder. Like actually for a longest time I kept every single starter I caught. And so I think I had like 50 of each and I was like, okay. But they were
Goodness.
so rare. I didn't know better.
Goodness. I don't know if you guys still look at Sylph Road at all. I feel like I haven't touched Sylph Road for like ages. Like the Sylph
Mhm.
map.
The proper
Yeah.
map part, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't
Nobody
reported
updates it
anything.
anymore, though.
Yeah, no one well, some people in like LA area do, I guess. Like I'm looking at it, but
I don't know. I know Irene for our area. She like updates more up north, but I think that's probably the only person that has done
it's so
that.
dead. Yeah, it's so dead.
Well, it's
That's
like it's
crazy.
because it's so funny that even some of my locals have said to me, they're like, "Oh my god, like people don't know what the Silk Road is or anything," and they're like, because they would say battling, and they would say like, "Oh, what do you do all these battles through?" And they're like, "Oh, the Silk Road," and they're like, "What's that?" And like they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe they don't know what the Silk Road is." But honestly, I didn't know about the Silk Road until PvP. So
That's fair.
Wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
I had not seen that, Alyssa, that they had nerfed the spawn table on the nesting species so
Mhm.
hard as well.
That's
That's
sad.
that
Okay, I
is
guess
I don't
sad.
know if you guys have seen the link yet, but I
I
dropped it
just
in the
yeah,
Discord.
I'm looking at it now, and I can confirm I've got Drillbur on the other side of the street, which is one of the new ones, and I have got what is it I have on this side of the street that's kind of junk? I think
did they just rotate?
Puchiana.
When did they rotate the nests?
I think they rotated as soon as the event started, December 2nd. So they should rotate again on Wednesday, I believe. But the question is whether they will just leave it like this.
Oh, dang. Okay, so that's not the same nest anymore. Dang.
No, it's kind of it's interesting because you look at this list and it's so small. It what do you think of that though? It's like you said that you don't like it because you can't grind for Metatite, and on that much I will agree.
what? There's no Gen 2 starters. They have starters for Gen 1, 3, and 4, but there's no Gen
Right.
2. Like, what? Did they just skip that?
I feel like this is probably a temporary thing. I'm looking at this and I am seeing that most likely they are temporarily trying to take the emphasis off nests and locations, and that they're going to cycle through the different generations on these events we've got coming up, the different weeks, and
Yeah, the
that's
seasons.
how yeah, the seasons, and they're probably maybe the seasons is going to take over some of the species, and maybe they're just trying to like reset the table and take it slow, adding things back in, but I don't know.
I
I
would
feel like they're gonna
honestly
rotate for seasons. Like they'll have a new group of 30, maybe with some crossover per season.
Oh,
I think it's better to have the seasons, to be honest, than the nests, because I feel like the nests were just kind of this like you have to figure it out yourself type of thing. Like it's not explicitly like no one really knows what a nest is unless you like are thinking about it like at a park. You're like, oh, I'm seeing more than one species, this must be a nest. I don't know, but like for the newer players it's like,
What
okay,
is
like
this? Like
what
this?
is
Oh,
this?
there's a
Mhm.
whole bunch of
Yeah,
new fun things. I think honestly though, like having it limited to seasons could also be detrimental in that like it's like let's say something really good nests in winter. I don't grind and hunt as much as I do in the winter as I do like say the summer. Like I
that's
look
true.
at it and it's like so maybe like I would prefer probably doing like okay, so this week whatever is in nest is going to be Gen 1 and then like the next week Gen 2 and the next week Gen 3 like and cycle through that way so that we have the option of them being um via or like have Gen 1 and 2 one week and Gen 3 and 4 or something like that just so that it's not as cluttered and there's more opportunity for certain species to get at a better nest. But it also makes sure that it's not only locked to like winter or something per se.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like otherwise they just randomize it and then there could be something good that nests or that I guess like spawns during these seasons and then we can't take advantage of it because of weather conditions or COVID still or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like for us, I can remember Columbus. Like I didn't know this at the time, but like Columbus apparently had a really huge Charmander nest. Which at the beginning of the game, this was like, oh my God, like people were driving hours upon hours to this damn Charmander nest. Um, you know, but that was the summer, so it was nice. But it's like, let's say I made an excuse, like, oh, like I can remember one like during the winter, I still didn't have a shiny Sableye, so I drove an hour to hunt for like 7 hours for a damn shiny Sableye, this really big nest. But I didn't do that with any friends or anything because it was just too cold out. Like
Right.
none of
Not
my friends wanted to hunt out.
especially if they're not PvP people. It's pretty hard to convince friends to hang out for 7 hours for Sableye, right?
Especially when everyone had a shiny. I was like, I don't have a shiny of this damn thing and I want one so bad. And then I ended up taking the dust cost and then I think I got one through like GoFest or something this year. So I was like, well, this is slowly starting to teach me. Like the spotlight hours are slowly starting to teach me if there's a shiny I really, really, really badly want, I will eventually get one.
Right.
Hmm.
Right. For sure. That yeah, I'm very torn as to whether I think that this is going to rotate or not. I mean, it'll obviously change on some level, but if you really look at the game, so often like they have these events and you look at the possible things that you can get from the rewards on the tasks, and they now have the seasons mechanic, and it's like if they want all of these things to actually have a purpose, it might be better if they keep them more limited. Maybe they could just kind of rotate which ones are in tasks and which ones are in nests just to cater to different play styles. But I mean, I kind of think maybe nests may just be out of favor right now given the COVID situation, because it was really my favorite part of the game. The Sylph Road mapping, the working on nests, like trying to create them in open street maps, all that kind of stuff. But now it's just like it really is, it's not fun. It's not fun to go out and do these things. So I'm kind of glad they're not encouraging us. The only problem is that I live on nests, so it's a little bit gross that I'm going to be getting this nasty spawn pool of Houndour, and at least I got Drillbur week 1. That's probably the best thing I see there, but it's not exciting. But so what do you think about Metatite? Since you bring up Metatite as an example, Alyssa, we've got, you had people like me who are just like, okay, yeah, you'll have a chance to grind for Metatite, and I think you still will. I think that they will find a way to put whatever mechanic into the game, whether it's just frequent events or a certain task that we can rely on if we want it, where we will have a more reliable source of Metatite, because it would be just unusual for them not to do that. But if it's not available at the beginning, how does that impact the way you're looking at building an XL metatite, as I think that we have taken to calling them?
Well, it's annoying because I really wanted to work on that this month, and I was prepared to drive to find a metatite nest for nightfall, but now that's not going to happen. Yeah, so I guess I'm just not going to work on a new metacham at all until we figure out what's going on with that, because it's not realistic to think I can get it to level 50 without that nest, because I don't have enough metatite candies to make the needed amount of XL candies. And it doesn't seem like the XL rare candies are really easy to come by. Like, those seem like they're a lot of work to come by. I only have a few.
I think it's just through level up.
Yeah, I think the only reason you have them is because you've leveled up faster than we have.
So I don't think there's any reliable way to really get that Pokemon to level 50 without something like a nest where you can just sit there and farm them for hours. So putting that dream on pause.
Do you have your candidate? I want to hear from each of you. Do you have your Metacham candidate for level 50, or it's not level 50? Isn't it level 45-ish that they actually max out, or is it higher?
Something like that. Yeah. I'm just going to go with my best shiny one and call it good.
What about you, Ethan? Do you have your metatite that you're relying on?
Nope. I just have my perfect and my 98, and we're just gonna go off that.
What about you, Speedy? Do you have a metatite?
Yeah. No. Because I didn't do regionals and I didn't do Boulder, which was huge metatite. So I did almost the entire first season without metacham. And so I was still trading for them to try and get like the hundos and stuff like that. And the best one I got was a 98. So I was like, okay. So I think Sinister is finally where I was like, okay, I'm maxing this out. I spent 800K on that dust sitting on a cafeteria table or something like that, sitting there rushing to make my team. But no, and then I finally got a hundo like shortly, like a month or two ago. And I was like, oh, we're going to just hold on to this because like my 98 is a rank 2 and it's already best buddied. So I'm like,
right. Yeah, so I'm looking at PV Poke, and I'm sure other places have the same info, which shows that the best one stat product wise you can build maxes at level 50 and a half, I guess. So I guess it is essentially almost all the way there. But what are you guys actually planning to look for? I know that Alyssa says she's going to take her best shiny and call it good. Ethan,
I'll lucky trade it first.
You'll lucky but if you had your druthers, would you build the best stat product even though it's going to be by far the most expensive? Or, as I've heard some people say, are you going to build one that's got some attack on it so that you can actually win CMP or for whatever
I usually
purpose?
like my PvP Pokemon a little bit attacky. I typically shoot for at least a 3. I'll check bulk points and break points first. But if it's something that I know I'm going to see a mirror of, I like to have a little bit of attack on it.
Right. What about you, Ethan? If you had your pick of Metacham IVs, would you go for the full stat product, or do you have another build in mind?
Probably go for the stat product one just because I like having them. I don't know. I'm weird. I like collecting PvP Pokemon that are like they're just as like a novelty thing. But like I don't know. I haven't looked too much ever into like the attack stat and stuff on PV Poke, like those like bulk points and break points. Like I think I've only done that for like one of my PvP Pokemon ever. So I'll probably just go with like the best one you could currently get, but I don't know if I'll get it.
Do you think that that'll change your mind at all about the simming and the checking IVs kind of stuff in terms of just how much it's going to cost and knowing that the likelihood that you're going to make another one of these anytime soon is low? Do you think that it'll be something you'll want to look into, or are you going to just wing it?
I might want to look into it. It's important. It's definitely important to look at, so I might check it out. We'll see. But yeah, for right now, I'm just kind of probably just going for the best one you can get. Oh, shoot,
Right.
okay. Sorry, I'm doing GBLs at the same time.
Oh, Ethan, you're a hamster. Do
I'm
you
sorry.
do you have any preference on that, Speedy, in terms of what kind of metacham you want to build?
I would go stats. I don't care about resources. So like because I looked at it and I was like, okay, wait, how many meta type candies do I have? And I'm like looking at I have like 3,800.
Right.
So I have a decent amount. Unlike a lot of my other Pokemon, like probably for my first couple of like XL or max completely maxed out Pokemon, I guess I should say. Like I'll probably just do ones that I have like thousands upon thousands of candy of and just trade them over. Um, so it's like for that, and I have a decent amount of Stardust too, but I've also caught a lot more than probably the average player, I guess I should say. Um, so, and I don't build anything until I need it. So, like my Stunk Fist, I didn't build it until I think uh, I want to say like a month or two after I got it, just because I was like, okay, this is not going to be in my team. I don't need it. It can wait. And so I have like a whole bunch of projects that it's like, hey, if this is really good for a Sylph meta, I have a really good ranked one, and I probably will have the dust to make it because I save it. I'm a saver on dust, and so then it would just become a matter of do I have the candies for it, and most likely if it's something common, I probably have a decent number of candies. Like I think I have over 10,000 EV candies, so or
Right.
something like that.
The
So
the numbers you're quoting on those two sound very similar to my own, and I'm curious because you haven't played as much. You said you've had your gacha on, and I don't know in terms of the spawns that are out right now. It's my understanding that the Go Plus slash gacha are not doing particularly
picking
well at
up,
picking stuff
yeah,
up, and that for that reason, maybe you're not
I'm
getting the
missing out on dust and stuff. Yeah, I mean that's always a thing with this. I've seen shinies run on it too, but like for the amount of time that I've like literally I've probably gone to like a library or something, sat in
right,
between four stops and like lured them up or some crap as I work on something and
right.
not had to pay attention,
Yeah,
like it's outweighed it.
you
So
you wouldn't have you wouldn't have been playing anyways, so it's just
yeah.
like the shinies
Right.
are just a bonus.
No,
Yeah.
where I guess where I was coming from was it's this content's kind of a week in, and my personal opinion is that for most people, the conversion is not going to be worth it unless you have like some unbelievably exceptional mon and that happens to line up with the candy that you've got. But you know, things like the 10,000 EV candy, like how far does that really get you? There's not a particular reason to build an evolution, you know, that's got XL candy right now. And you know, it's
Yeah.
I could have powered up my original Hundo Metacham, but it would have taken all of those 3,000 ish candies essentially, and then I would have had to regrind those, and I would have had to get the XL candy. So my feeling, having played the game and actually caught stuff, uh, as Ethan would say, by hand caught, organic Ethan catches.
Organic.
I feel like the XL candy rate so far has been favorable enough that it's just kind of like they're giving us the little trade-in thing as a like, hey, good for you for actually having this stuff from before. But honestly, I think it's kind of like extortion rates. Like you're not really gonna want to do that, and that it's gonna actually be pretty
Yeah,
easy to get the
I think
XLs.
legendary is gonna be absolutely you have to use XL like
Right,
XL rare candies on it. Like I
right,
don't think I will ever attempt to try and transfer that because that would just be a huge waste. But like common stuff, I mean, I guess I can see where Alyssa's like, hey, I'll go out and grind for an S. But like for me, I've just accumulated over time because I have over 170 catches or 170,000 catches. So
Mhm.
like I have a lot, and that's it's been over probably a lot of that has been over the past 2 years.
Definitely, I
So
agree. Yeah. Um, yeah, I have already I have already transferred all of my EV candy.
Oh no, no,
you
Ethan.
guys have already admitted this.
I've
It's
Why?
already
like,
committed and I now have 150 EV candy.
I
But
know,
I
and
I
like
have
I
I have I have 170 XLs, so we're good. We're good on that front.
I still, yeah, I might have forgotten my mic, but you know what? I did bring my stream EV off in the corner. But it's like, yeah, like Magikarp, Eevee, Mareep. Oh my God, Mareep double we because it was during an event, and so that was double, like it was double Stardust, I think, for the event, and then or no, it was double candies for the event, and then I think the community day was double candies. So I have like over 4,000 Mareep candies and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it's like, you know, oh yeah, and see, Corpse is in chat saying that he's had 130 just from catching, which I
Right.
think if you like eventually over time you can grind them out. But it's like for the people who've been along, like and like for me, like I've moved this week. I'm still in the process of working on other things and trying to get semi set up here. So it's like, I personally don't have time now, but I've
No.
had time in the past.
So
So it's like I can probably.
right. So the only thing I'm hoping is that they don't change the conversion rates because I just spent
Well, I
so
think
many
I think they're changing the conversion rates. I told you that last week, Ethan.
No,
I think they're changing. I
Ethan,
think they're going to be cut
Ethan,
in half after a month, honestly.
I swear, if they do
Ethan,
that to
this
me,
is why you don't transfer it until you need it. Did you need it right now?
no.
Okay. Ethan, I'm gonna send
I'm
some of
just
my
gonna
vibes of don't make crap until you need it over to California. Which way am I facing? Directly. Send vibes that way.
It's okay. I'll have a level 45 Umbreon.
I'm not gonna
Sick.
lie, I have so many level 35 Vaporeons from my newbie days because I was like, yes, this is a Vaporeon, it's completely amazing. And so every time I leveled up until about level 35, it would always be the first thing I would power up.
I don't know if they'll change the conversion rates, but I think they'll change the Stardust cost. Most definitely. And that's why I'm holding off. Like spending anything, but I feel like the conversion rates are pretty standard, like 100 for one. I feel like maybe 50 for one is like, but like 101, I feel like is pretty like about right because like they don't want us sitting on all this candy.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
even if they don't want it, though, I think that they'll at least have events. They'll be like, "Oh, transfer for half cost during this." Like they do everything double, half this. Like it's always something. So you'll have
Right.
an
I'm
So
also
you're
just
just
opportunity.
telling me I
sitting here
wasted my
horribly trying to figure
15.
out what thing I have the most candy for. What
Oh,
thing do I
jeez.
have the most candy for? Like, I don't know, because I could totally feel like I could just max out stupid crap, but that's me.
So I wasted 15,000 EV candies apparently. Dang it. That's a bummer. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna keep them there. They're gonna sit there. I'm gonna grind candy again because that was fun to watch it all go down to 100. And now I have 100 EV candy, and it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch the number rise again. um, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll have an event with the XL stuff, but they probably will. Whatever. I'm fine. I'm just gonna not spend it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. But yeah, I think like people are talking about how XL Galarian Stunfisk is gonna be everywhere in Ultra League, but realistically, who's gonna have the candies for that? I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone's gonna have that to be honest. This time around.
Unless you horribly have gone to like will you hatched so many eggs during when they were first in eggs or something like that?
I
Maybe.
I just
But
can't even
even
see that.
yeah,
Like, yeah, like I think I have like 200, no, 300 stunfisk candy, and that's from pineapping during the event. And like, I guess I just didn't get to go out much when they were first released, but like, I
yeah,
don't
I'm
think
at like
anyone's
400, 400 to 500 with that. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be just a matter too of because you gotta admit there are some crazy like Brandon Tan people out there that you just look at them and you're like, holy crap, do you have a life? It's like I don't have a life and I play this much. You have like triple my stats. Do you have a
I'm
yeah.
like the scrub of my friends because all of the friends I play with regularly have like 200,000 plus, and I'm sitting here like under 100,000. It's sad.
Yikes.
yeah.
Sad days.
I
Rip,
mean that's like different in every community because I have a couple of people
but it's
that
not
are
sad.
over like 200,000 or like 200,000 of like hand catches and everything, and like a couple like three of my friends we were all neck and neck and catches, and then COVID happened and one of our friends' meetings kept going online, so he kept running over to this park to play Pokemon and just blew the rest of other two out of the water. We're like, yeah, we're still down here, and you're like 10,000 ahead of us now.
Jeez.
So I mean, everyone. It's like people won't, friends won't hold that against you. Like, and if they seriously do,
Oh,
then
they'll like
oh
playfully tease me, but I
yeah,
would
Yeah,
wreck
they
them
do
in
that.
PvP like
Friends
any day of the
friends
week.
always do that. Yeah. Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with being there's like nothing wrong with being underleveled, I think. In my opinion, it only makes you a better player, to be honest, because then you actually have a grind to fulfill. Like the other players are just like, what are they even doing out? You know?
Having
Besides,
fun, Ethan. God, don't be so judgmental.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to back you up here.
It's still fun no matter where we're all at. And even for them, like there's still a grind to do all the tasks.
Right.
So it
Yeah,
makes it fun for everybody right now.
right.
So the only
Yeah.
thing I've invested in so far is Sableye over 50. I'm sorry, over 40, and I just did it because it was reasonable to power up the one that I had. The ones that I can think of that are on everybody's radar, the ones that are being mentioned in chat, of course, Bunnelby, Lickitung. Those are the two top ones I can think of in Great League, and I know that Ethan has been playing around with Bunnelby. But did you build just a random Bunnelby? Did you? Is it a non 1500 CP Bunnelby? What are you
No.
doing?
It's a rank 1 level 40.
Okay.
And I caught it at my house. Everything's at my house. It's insane. It was insane. I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And I told like Andy, some of my locals about it, and they all drove to my house to come get it.
I've
And I
had
was
that
like,
happen
"This is
before.
awesome."
When
Yeah,
everyone was hunting for a ditto, I had a ditto at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, "Yes, guys, it's at my house." And then I got a side text being like, "It's 6:30 in the morning. Some people probably are not."
Oh,
yeah.
Um,
It
I
was
was
pretty
just
cool
like,
to see them
"Oh
come to my house. But yeah.
so
did you wave high out the window? Were you like, "Hello, friends"?
Yeah, I did.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking of doing a poke and pull on this if I can pull together an artist. I say this all the time, but the one that I think is the thing is Bunnelby. And the question is Bunnelby gonna be on the level of Azu because it's so bulky that it's worth building like a fantastic one and investing in it, or is it just kind of like, oh, this thing is showing up in the top ranks of Sylph right now, of PV Poke right now, and people are going to forget it, so save your dust. What do you guys think on Bunnelby? You can speak from your experience using your rank 1 level 40. Do you feel inclined to build another one that's even better?
I think that for right now, it's kind of like a fun thing to play with, but it's not at all like you need to have it type of thing. I think that it's fine if you um like just don't worry about it until later. So yeah, I don't know. It's not a must have or anything. It's definitely been underwhelming, and it's hard to like get a team like prepared for with it. So um yeah, I've just been experimenting with it. That's all.
Yeah, it's just Diggersby just sitting there at with all these XL things at the top that kind of skew the rankings in the shadows. It's literally sitting at 13 with multiple multi entries above it. So it just and people keep making the comparison with Azumarill and its bulk. What do you think of that comparison? Do you think it's just the typing that holds it back, or do you think that there are other reasons why it's not quite on that level?
I mean, it's bulky, but the issue I'm having with it, or I've been having with it recently, is that like you have to have like it's definitely one of those Pokemon where you have to have like a plan with your team to use it, you know? Like um you have to be able to draw out Azu so that way Azu doesn't get lined up with it because Azu's still an issue for it.
Right.
Um but as long as you can do that, I feel like it's a pretty usable Pokemon. Like I was watching a video earlier, someone pairing it with Noctowl, and that seemed interesting. I've personally found it interesting with Jirachi in my practice, but I need to like I need to figure out what it's actually good with because um I guess Noctowl is a little bit better against Azu. But it like Hypno is also good with Diggersby. I've found that out. So, but it's just it's bulky, but like the charge moves barely hit for anything because of its bulk. Um, so I think for right now it's just a fun little toy, and that's all it is. um, yeah, because I don't know. It like you would think that a earthquake one shots a Stunfisk, but it doesn't, and that's an issue to me.
Right. It does line up as a good counter to Stunfisk in
Right.
Nightfall, but what do you think of its viability in Nightfall? Do you think it's going to be something that people are going to try out and quickly give up after a while, or do you think that it's actually got viability?
There's a lot of ices, so the fire punches could be good, but I just think that like I think people are gonna just try it out and then be like, wow, this thing is kind of underwhelming, and then not use it ever again. So that's what I feel like is gonna happen. But um, yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna find out.
What do you think of the bunny, Speedy? Have you had a chance to look at
I
it, or
faced one bunny and I undercharged a rock slide and it completely walled me.
Yeah, the
And
rock slides.
it was a CMP earthquake and I didn't know that. I wouldn't have undercharged because I needed the thing dead. But I was like, oh, it's only one or two more counters. Like, like I'll take this energy. And then it was CMP and I was like, oh, okay, this is fine. This is
The the one
fine.
thing I love about it is that it absolutely walls. If there's one Pokemon it absolutely walls, it's AWAC. That is the one Pokemon that it does not like. AWAC does not want to see a Diggersby at all because if it does and it's locked in, there's no way it can win. There's absolutely no way a Marowak can win against a Diggersby. Even without shields, the Diggersby is gonna KO it before it can do anything. So um, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I like that about it.
I think a lot of people are just messing around because they're new Pokemon and things like that. And like, so, I bet probably when people are like, oh, who made that team? Like, content, like a lot of the YouTube people are probably going to be messing around like with the newer ones, especially with it being beginning of the season and there being a full reset on the ELOs and you're playing a whole bunch of different people. Like, I mean, personally for me, since I haven't done GBL super much, but like when I hopped on, I think I was like a 6, and then I was playing like 9s, 10s just because of the underneath ELO. But I think a lot of people are just, just having fun. Like that's what this game's supposed to be, and I feel like a lot of us make it a lot more than that, a lot more than a game. But um, I can't say crap because I do that. I know I do that. So, but yeah, it's just a matter of how people want to play. Like for me, I just want to play a team that I know how to play. Um, so like for season 2, season 3, I played the same exact team probably all throughout at least Great League. I used the same team, it worked perfectly fine. Everything I knew how to use it well, and then like season 4 and season 5. Well, not season 5, but season 5 and season 6. I've used the same team or a different new team, but it's pretty similar just because I know how to run it. And I don't like not knowing how to run things. Just that's my play style in PvP. But other people are like, hey, I want to run this bunny thing that I just caught, or I want to run. Oh God, what was it? I think there was like a Scyther or something. It's like all the fun Pokemon you saw when you first started out this season, because it was just people just either A, being in it for the dust, or B, just using like what they had caught at that level.
Right.
Mhm.
So,
I think my main question directed at Alyssa is this bunny too grumpy and dumb looking to you to use, or do you approve of this bunny?
I think it's like lick a tongue, where even if I think it's like an appalling thing to look at, if it fits the meta or I want to use it, then I'm just gonna suck it up and do it. But for this one, I'm not reaching for it yet. I haven't built it yet. I might, if I'm looking to just have fun with something. I feel like we'll see it maybe a little bit in Nightfall towards the end of the month when everybody's got their 10x out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking for like fun, spicy, or mean teams, just to enjoy. I haven't ran into any myself. I'm not even really doing GBL right now, though. I've only done like one day of it, so extra casual PvP right now.
I ran into 2 Diggersby and a Greninja in GBL, so I've seen quite the variety. Oh shoot, I'm gonna lose this game.
How did the Greninja
like,
was it a wreck?
I'm playing this on the
The Greninja doesn't hold up. It's just not good.
Mm-hmm.
The Diggersby beat me both times. And that was just because like I don't know why that was. But I remember being upset afterwards.
Oh. That's when you kind of
dang it.
think like, hey, maybe I should make one.
Yeah, and then that's why I made it, I think.
Oh.
I made it in anger. I was like, yeah, I made it because I was upset.
It's just see, because if it becomes meta, then people will know how to play against it.
Right.
And so I think using it in this initial part it's just people don't know how to play against it. Like if I had known that it was a CMP on an earthquake and kept track of energy better, then I wouldn't have undercharged my rock slide that caused me to lose the game. So I think as it becomes more available and more people know how to play it, it might subside. But that's the thing with the GBL meta is it's like 1 hour it can be something, and then they're like everyone's like, oh, I saw this in the lead in this first hour, so then we're changing the lead to this thing, and it's just always constantly rotating because it's a blind format. So
Yeah.
Right. With regard to the XL candy, there was a post on the Sylph Road where somebody was talking about the way the XL candy works in terms of specifics. And I think early on, a lot of us probably don't really know what the answer to that is, but they tried to go over some of the basics. It seems as if one of the most significant things in terms of your odds of getting XL candy is the level of the mon you are catching. So those weather boosted mons are definitely something you want to catch and potentially transfer as well. Both on both sides, you get a better chance at that. Have you guys noticed that in your own experience? I assume.
I just caught something weather boosted and I got an XL, so seems like that's already working. It seems like that theory is correct.
Does it make you more or less like? Does it make you more inclined to catch stuff that otherwise is kind of a pain? Like I went to I've caught way more skarmory recently because it's like if I want to build an Ultra League skarmory, then I'm gonna need XL candy, and I'll catch all these stupid annoying ones that I never used to catch. I never would have caught a 1670 CP skarmory because I'm like, what's the point of that? Like it's just this thing that's gonna waste Ultra Balls. So what do you think in terms of the trade-off there with regard to catching the more difficult ones but getting the XL candy?
I catch everything, but
You just catch it
also
all.
yeah, and I hit excellent throws on everything. Just kidding.
Everything.
Um, everything. But no, I think the harder to catch Pokemon. I mean, it depends on what. Like like my friends will just like not catch everything, and then they'll wonder why my ball count is like at 0 at the end of community day, and I'm just like, well, I catching everything.
It's Stardust. And I can't stand.
Yeah,
Like, everyone asks me like, "Oh my god, how do you have so much Stardust?" And it's like, because I've just gotten into the habit of playing the. I will catch every single thing humanly in front of me that I can.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
like people like I know Victor thinks like it's funny, like a joke, with just like not catching everything in his yard, but that actually like kind of gets on my nerves
It triggers you.
yeah.
a little
There's
bit.
a person on my friends list that had their house fund went from 30 to 25, and they were so upset. As we were all sitting here, like we would kill you for those house funds.
Where the hell are they living? I have like two.
I know they're. I have no clue. That's it's in Kentucky. Um, so, but like he gets all of his catches basically from that because, you know, you can just have it off to the side and throw it every hour, and he like knew when all the spawn points were and everything, and he's got a boatload of catches. I think he's at like 250, which like anything above me is a lot. Anything below me is kind of like, hmm. And I think that's funny. That's how we are like, okay, so anything above me is insane, but anything below me, it's like there's certain levels underneath. But it's interesting how people think that. But yeah, he knew all the spawn points and everything, and so he would catch it and almost constantly be out of Pokeballs and everything, and would have to drive back into town to get more Pokeballs. And I'm just sitting here like, how?
So yeah, so since you're getting into grinding, Alyssa, I'd love to know if you have because like as much of a noob as I am, and I seem like a like just like whatever about this game, maybe I don't get that vibe off, but
If you
um
sit here and play GBLs on the side of a stream, yeah.
and miss swapping into my Stunfisk against a Zumro, yeah. But um, do you have like a pathing system or like a routing system for your grinds, or do you just like kind of just like
Yes.
go around?
So I've worked it out where my group of friends is super convinced that I'm a horrible driver. Now, this is not true. I grew up driving in New York where it's very, very difficult to be a safe driver. But I
Hmm.
have them convinced that I am a horrible driver so that I never have to drive. So I never have to make the route. I just get to sit in the passenger seat
So
or in the back
you're
seat and just do my thing.
smart. That's
Yep.
very smart. Wow. Okay, that's actually very smart.
I'm also the only female, and it's fine. So I always get the front seat because these are gentlemen, and I never have to drive, which is really, really convenient.
That is really nice.
Mhm.
At least for UCR, like when communities first came out, I wasn't even a part of the UCR community. I was I was an incoming freshman in January, or like that year. So like I was just going to UCR because I live close, and then I learned about the community in high school, and I like made friends there. Uh, and then like when I was a freshman, then they like brought me in kind of. But I mean now I'm a senior and I'm gonna leave. It's sad. But like when I was like at the beginning of community days, we would make these paths like routing for UCR because we like researched the specific spawn points and like found all like I memorized all the spawn points for UCR. I know exactly where each thing has a cluster and where I can best maximize my grind. So
Definitely.
yeah, so like we have like a figure 8 model. We have like a yeah, okay, pretty hardcore.
Even saying this, and I'm like sitting here like I am so particular. Like my friends, like when we were prepping for Go Fest, we went out
Right.
walking like 1 to 2 hours every night, and I had walked those paths so much that I had to go like I had to go clockwise around the lake. And they one time tried to make me go counterclockwise. I'm like, no, you go clockwise. You go clockwise. Like I'm so particular about that
Yeah.
stuff. It's like I swear to God, I don't have OCD. It's just
No, it's your
I
pathing.
it's my
Yeah,
pathing, and they played Harry Potter and like one of the potion things at the top. So they like
yeah.
kept trying to convince me to go up. So you're like,
No, I
that's not
understand that.
part of the path. Like
Yeah, I
you have to
understand
go
that.
this way and not go up to this little point. And
Yeah.
it's so particular. And all my friends call me crazy, but I'm like sitting here like this is this it's just how I like to do it.
No, because if a grind truly is I don't know, like kind of like methodical and like therapeutic in a way, then you're like on autopilot most of the time, and you're just like thinking about like you're not really thinking about the game, and you can like do other things because you've done it so many times. And so like that's where I'm at the point of like at UCR when I go play there, like I make sure to start at a specific spot. Well, now I've adjusted it because of COVID, but like I'll start at a specific spot and I'll do the same path. I'm like a huge creature of habit. I'll do the same path over and over and
Mhm.
over around campus. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because
Is
I'm
there a
So great.
hamster wheel involved in this, Ethan?
Yeah, there is actually. Yeah, there is. I make sure to bring that too. Um,
Yeah, because
yeah,
like my driving path downtown, it loops back. So there's like one upper loop and then like a lower loop, and it because it goes past the one park that's downtown, or I guess like one major park, I guess I should say. There's a couple down there, but it passes that one park on the loops because I know it takes me like 15 to 20 minutes. So by the time I get back to that park, all the things have reset and everything. And it's like it's autopilot. But sometimes since it's like an intermediate spot, I'll be like, wait, what loop did I just come from? Did I just come from the upper loop or the side
yeah.
loop? Like which loop did I so I'm very almost all of the places I think I typically grind, I do have like a very specific route. And even some newer places that I've gone to. Um
You figure out the routes as you go. Yeah,
yeah.
I think that's the cool thing though. I just was wondering if Alyssa had that routing yet, but
Oh, yeah,
you
we
have the
definitely
whole
do.
routing under control because you're
Yeah.
just yeah.
Before I
That's
even started playing there, so I go to Little Rock to play because my
right.
own town is very, very small since I live in rural Arkansas. There are some stops and gyms, but I can make the loop in 10 minutes, and spawns aren't, they're not fully reset. So we go to Little Rock where there are a ton of different nests. I think there's like 8 to 10 nests in like that city. So it's good for us to just bounce. But well, now there might not be. I don't really know what the deal with that is going to be now since
I don't know.
that got nerfed. But we can go from one park to the next or from one neighborhood to the next and catch everything. And then by the time we get back to where we started, everything is completely reset. And it probably takes about an hour to do all of the different areas. And typically when we go out, we're out for like 4 to 5 hours. So it's a good time. And I never have to drive.
That's the
I'm like
best way.
I'm the complete opposite. Like typically I have to drive. I'm not gonna say, but I'm pretty good at professionally having the phone off to the right side, possibly fast catching, not saying anything incriminating, but I just some skills because it's autopilot. Like I trust myself
You're
to
autopilot while you drive.
while driving these routes.
Are you in a
And
Tesla? That's pretty cool.
no. It's gotten to the point where I catch faster than the person in my passenger seat.
Just so we're clear, Speedy just ignore what Speedy just said. Whoever's listening.
We're deleting the VOD, obviously, right?
She's talking about driving in the sense of pathing. We're going back to the pathing
Yes,
conversation.
we're going back to
drowning,
pathing, obviously.
and walking is actually driving. So
Yes.
yeah, so everything she just said. She's better at catching when she's next to a person. All right,
Obviously.
continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm alive.
Exactly.
No, but it's like those loops. I have specific ones for if I'm letting the cat to go, if I'm doing other things, or if I'm in a rush, I'll go down this one street. I don't care. I'll typically go through this one street or something. It's so interesting to see, like, it's horrible to say this, but I have had, in recent years, a couple of very rough times, and the only place I felt safe was my car, because I play this game too much. Which it's kind of sad, just a little bit, but it is what it is, and because of this game I've met a lot of amazing people, so I wouldn't change it. So
yeah no, it definitely.
Speaking of amazing people, in the context, I have to know, when you have done community days with Mummy and Rem and anybody else, how do they react to your prowess at driving and catching or not driving and catching, or how
no, walking and catching?
Yes, we're walking. We're obviously walking 100%. We're paying full attention to the road. No, so Rem came down. So the first couple of community days, I was with other friends and things like that, and then one of them had a designated driver. So I was in the passenger, I was in the car with a couple of other people, and then I really didn't stay close to that group. We had a falling out, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna try these other places, and then I finally got comfortable enough, being downtown. So when I went up to Michigan with Mummy and Rem, I let them kind of lead because I didn't know where I was. Basically, I took the phone, I plugged in a GPS coordinate, and I just drove to that place, and we got it parked, the car parked, and everything, and met up with them. But when Ren came down to Dayton, we did my route. He just kind of went along with it, which I was really happy with, because it was, like I said, I'm very particular about my route. And I've had it to where we're walking around the lake and they wanted to change my path, and I was like, don't do that. Don't do that. If you walk at this speed, you can make it before the Pokestops reset in a 5-minute timer, and you can constantly keep doing this. And they're like, no, we want to go get that Harry Potter thing. I'm like, that's not in the path.
So did you have an okay experience when you were on other turf and you just let that control go, or did it bother you actively to do community day elsewhere and have somebody else in control?
No, because I had also done that in Columbus, because I went up, they had a tournament. I think it was the Buckeye Brawl or something. So I went up there and I met up with Hydro beforehand, and he kind of just took the reins around OSU's campus, and we just kind of walked around and everything, and we had a good time. So it's just very particular if it's my own turf. If it's my home turf, it's this is how this is gonna go, and this is what we're doing. But, if it's kind of like maybe an unfamiliar turf, I'm a lot more laid back probably. And then like if it's a semi-familiar turf, there's like some paths I know, some paths I don't. If they want to say like, "Hey, let's go check out this one spot," I wouldn't be opposed to it. Um, it's just a matter of what is happening that day, if what mood I'm in too. Because some days it's like, okay, I'm terrified for my damn life. Every amount of control that I can possibly humanly get, I'm having. But then there's like other days that's like, I have no clue where on earth I am. Um, I will hop into your car and you can kidnap me for all I care. Just leave me.
Just so long as there are Pokemon wherever you bring me.
Yes, yes. Take me to the Pokemon. Yes, I will jump in the free Pokemon van.
the
Talk about walking again. Don't forget that.
Well, no, there's somebody else driving the free Pokemon
Just
van
in case,
Yeah.
we can't associate it with the driving again.
Well, no, oh my god, because I can remember this. There was a raid at the top of this really big hill, and this was the early days of Pokemon too. And I look back at some of these experiences, and I'm like, oh my god, I was a daredevil or something, because it was downtown, which I never went. It was at the top of this hill, so we parked the cars at the bottom of the hill, and then obviously going up the hill, you realize that's a bad idea. So then the one person's like, "Do you want to ride down the hill?" I'm like, "Yes," because I was not gonna be able to make it down and then get back to my car and then like make it to the next raid. So then I think I stayed in that truck for like another hour or so just doing raids. So with a complete random stranger. So
Nice.
yeah. I promise I'm super safe when I play this game, guys.
You just have momentary lapses of judgment.
I get into a Play My Fan if they told me they had free Stardust.
Oh, jeez.
But it's like, yeah,
Go ahead.
the main area I play in is like, it's so funny because the group that I've come to know, I was talking with someone. I was like, yes, they're very terrifying. We got lawyers, we got military personnel, we got government officials, we got doctors. I mean, God, this is a rough bunch, guys. I don't know. I apparently don't know how to pick good friends. Totally joking aside, they're phenomenal people, and I love them with my life. Um, but yeah, I live in a very nice area, but like that couple of the downtown ones are a little lapse in judgment.
Yeah. I told the story early on the stream how I remember catching like an ammonite right next to a drug deal going down and not realizing I was 2 feet away from a drug deal until after I caught it.
Oh goodness. That was like 2016 or 17?
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
I'm just
Well,
like
this is why they had to put it because like, people were finding dead bodies when this game first came out.
Goodness.
Oh. All right.
I've never found a dead body or encountered a drug deal before, so that's a first.
I think I've seen a couple of drug deals go down when I'm playing this game.
Yeah.
I think probably. But
Man, I don't
This
know
is
if that
why I
comes
play
down
with
to-
all men. I feel like I narrowly escape being murdered every night in Little Rock.
I know. See, that's the thing is I don't care how much you would have to bribe me to walk downtown by myself at night. Like I refuse.
Oh, I
to do
wouldn't get out of the car
Yeah.
after sunset there. No,
Yeah,
I value my
no.
life.
Okay,
I'll
I guess
drive
I don't value
through.
my life.
Yeah, or I can run
Yeah,
them over.
that's the way.
But yeah, I'm not getting out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you stay in your car, you have your windows rolled up, and you don't look at anyone. And you just
Well, I
have the
guess
gotcha.
it
You have
is.
the
I'm
gotcha
glad you
ready.
guys do that. Yeah, yeah. I guess it's just it's different for sure. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I still rely on the buddy system even for me, like, cause like what am I gonna do to a guy? Like I'm so like skinny, I can't do anything. I'm gonna slap him and run away.
Well, Yeah, that's for like Rem when I went and visited Rem and Mummy, I was like, I just need to find them because if I get murdered or some crap or kidnapped or taken, I got like, Rem and Mummy. Mummy works at a gym and Rem works out. I'm like, okay, we got two guys here. We're gonna make sure I don't get kidnapped or murdered. Um, so it's like I feel like on those I have to be with people I really trust, like I can't be okay, there might have been a lapse of judgment for a Dragon Breath Dragonite for a period of time, but I didn't get my ass out of the car. We did that trade and then I drove away. But like, you
I'm not
know,
I'm not gonna say that I haven't walked the campus at 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm not gonna
campus.
confirm to the
Because I've walked like UC's campus, I've walked OSU's campus, I've walked Wright State's campus. I've walked different campuses. It's just
right.
that's a different feeling because like
There's
even
so many
though
there's so many shootings at UCR. I get an email
I
every day
tried
and
to make
it's like
it
someone died.
positive. And
I get a
neighbors over here like, there's a shooting, man.
I get an email like every single like my mom. I've gotten so many texts from my mom, like studying late at night at the library, and then I'll just be there until like 1 in the morning, and I'll just be like, okay, I'm gonna do my pathing now until like 2:30 because why not?
Yeah, no,
And
I
I'll
feel
see some. I've seen some interesting stuff, but I've never seen a
a shooting.
drug drug deal or
Yeah.
anything like that. I have seen some things though. There's definitely you
I
don't want to
mean,
be on a
yeah,
college campus at 2 in the morning.
they're not completely safe, but I feel like it's a different dynamic from like a downtown setting though, definitely from like because
Yeah,
I've been in downtown Columbus, I've been in downtown Dayton, I've been in downtown Cincinnati. Like I've been in different downtown settings, and it's very different. Because I visited Toledo, and I did part of the community day downtown, and then I did it in a park, and I did a little bit on a college campus too, just because I didn't know the area at all. Um, but the difference between like the park and the downtown setting, it was just a lot calmer just because you could see other people playing Pokemon, and then you could see other people that a decent number of college kids hopefully are just there to study and not murder you with a drug deal, um or going off to parties in the night or something.
yeah,
So
I've definitely had the experiences of seeing things, seeing
Oh.
things, um, but never ever acting on any of it. I feel like I should have.
I don't even want to know
Um,
what these things are anymore.
yeah, you don't want to know.
What these things only Shadow Ethan would do.
No,
even
I'm just a bystander, but I should have probably reported to like Title IX or something. I don't know what I should have done. Um,
you
seen
just
some
play on your
things.
phone, you just play some Pokemon and you just run away. You start speed walking away so they
I
can't
mean,
tell.
those are the times where I'm like, like this is it like only happened like I think once where this incident I'm describing, and I looked up from my phone for like 1 second, and then I looked back down and walked the other direction. I was just like, no, okay, that's hmm.
I know
I
this
hope
is
that's consensual.
so why they have to play the why we have to have the be aware of your surroundings because there's
Yeah,
not
I don't want to be aware of that surrounding,
I
but
don't
yeah,
either.
I just
I know that's what
uh,
you're like, oh
right. But yeah, anyways, yeah, those are fun times. I think we've exhausted the grinding
Oh,
topic.
jeez. Yeah, back on the XL candy. Let's see. The eggs look like they give 0 to 6. So I mean,
Yeah,
that there could be some things that you actually want to consider hatching now that you wouldn't have before. They kind of rejiggered the egg pool as well. We know the conversions are obviously currently 100 to 1, which is pretty crappy, and the field research kind of suck for them, as do shadows, because they're all low level. but it also gives one more incentive to do boosted raids and remote raids. Are you guys even more inclined to do boosted raids with the idea that you could have a better shot at XL on that, or does that not really come into the equation too much?
Um, I guess it's definitely good to do the raids. But I don't want to spend too much. I've already spent a lot on Ponita and Esper, so please, please help me, guys.
I try. I mean, should I stop sending you any espers? I should stop
Maybe
sending you
you should.
espers, shouldn't I?
Yeah, that would help my problem.
I don't know. I got like I literally have done 3 Esper raids. I got a 96, a 98. I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm not done. So
That's why
yeah.
I keep going. I think like one of my locals even got like a hundo Ponita from a hatch, and I was like, oh, okay, I didn't even
I
get that
locked
from
myself
raids.
out of the house because I was chasing after a Ponita raid because I didn't realize that I was like, this is so pretty. Like I want this. I
Yeah,
didn't realize it would be an egg. So that was
but
fun. But
but
I
I definitely think that the XLs are like worth it for right now. Like the like Curum X, like I feel like Curum is like not great, but when it gets Icy Wind, it's gonna not be not great. You know what I mean? It's gonna be pretty decent.
Pretty
Yeah,
decent.
pretty decent.
I think they're just testing the water seed first, probably to like look at the statistics because I love numbers. I'm horribly always sometimes looking at numbers and stuff like that. So I think they're just like looking at the statistics and just seeing, you know, maybe if they do have like an event to increase the amount of XLs and raids, see if that would increase their revenue overall to be like, hey, maybe we will actually have it to where they will start dropping more XL candies. So, because I mean, for legendaries, it's going to be really important if you want to try and play open masters. Which honestly, I think they have to just. I know they've already said that like they're having like a masters without level 50 Pokemon, but I think even just potentially not even having an open masters with level 50 Pokemon just because masters is already such a grind and energy barrier to entry, and I know a lot of people have said that this won't potentially ever become a PvP or it won't become an esport, I guess I should say, because you can't just pick up account and play. Like you can't just pick up an account and battle like you can do on so many other games. You have to put a lot of time and energy into grinding up the resources. So it's kind of a balance of how much I will probably eventually go for XL candies.
Now you talk about the Master League. We can just start talking about that. Last week, all we were sitting here chomping at the bit, and we were just like, "Why didn't Niantic release the information on Season 6? Why don't we have the information on the move updates? Why don't we have anything? Why don't we have, all the specifics? Like, we don't know what we're gonna get." And so Monday, I had been predicting that there was going to be a complete server outage, that they were going to do some major maintenance, and that we just weren't going to have it for a day because everything that they had said had kind of left it open for that. But instead, Monday, they told us that we were going to get start of Season 6. And we obviously got the things that we were expecting with the Master League Classic, and the Holiday Cup announcements for that last or the third week of the season. What do you guys think is going to be the dynamic there? Do you think that Master League is going to be something that is just not played by most players, or do you think that there's going to be some sort of way that like the top level players or top content creators just decide they're gonna grind out to get that, and they're gonna do it anyway.
I don't know how much Ethan and Alyssa play Masters, but I'm gonna let them speak first because I know I can discuss this very probably thoroughly because I strictly only play Open Masters. So
I know that Alyssa was
Let
always
Alyssa go first.
she was
I'll
always
go.
Yeah,
always
you go
threatening,
first.
but I don't know if
I
she's
know.
ever
I'm
invested.
I'm gonna let you guys.
Masters is not my favorite. I don't like the meta. I don't like the Pokemon that are in the meta. I like Great League. I have grown to love Ultra. I think like if I had to pick in GBL, Ultra is probably my favorite right now. So that's interesting. But Masters has just never been high up on my interest list. I think that we're all going to play it. I think everyone who's addicted to GBL is going to continue to play it, and they'll play it with what they've got. And I think that the small percentage of people that are able to go ahead and max things out are obviously going to do that. And I'm hoping that it's not as big of a divide as it potentially could be. So here's hoping it doesn't suck for everyone who cannot max out all of their legendaries for Open Masters. It won't be me. Y'all have fun with that. I'll be sitting in Great and Ultra League land, not doing that.
Yeah.
Same.
Ethan's turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I share that same regard for Masters. I really have never appreciated Masters. It's always the one league that ruins my chances at rank 10 literally every season. So I have no reason to enjoy it. But like I don't know. I think it's just like I'm hoping that the queue times won't be long for people that actually enjoy like Open Masters um and Premiere. I don't know how different Premiere is gonna be. If they put the restriction on it like level 40 only, that would be amazing. But like a truly restricted format, I can't imagine the queues being short with this level 50 stuff. So like for the people that actually want to do the Masters and take a chance at Open Masters, like I wish nothing but the best for you guys. It's gonna be a war zone. It's like you thought Great League was the Wild West right now. Open Masters is just gonna be like I don't even. You're gonna see some things, and you're gonna come out scarred.
I'm sensing a theme. I put my house spawn on screen for people just because it's so topical. This was my daily spawn as we rolled over to midnight, so maybe people are gonna have some hope of getting daily Froakie spawns.
Ooh, I want to see.
I just caught it, so you're gonna
Dang,
you're
I'm
gonna
late.
miss the actual catch. 1 XL candy to keep it topical, kids, and it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that's bad.
It's not as bad as my
have
Nundo.
one. I don't even have one, so
The Nundo's at least cool, but yeah, go ahead.
The Nundo
Or
is at least cool.
yeah, Speedy, do you have?
okay. So do I get
your-
to take over the conversation now for the next like 5 minutes of solid ranting on Open
Go for
Masters?
Go ahead.
Okay. So as a person, obviously I prefer Great League. That is literally the only the reason I have hit 10 the past like season 3 and season 4 was because of Great League. I prefer Open Ultra over Open or Ultra Premier, and I prefer Open Masters over Masters Premier. Like I like using my legendaries, and it's like I have the resources for them, so that's never an issue. But the issue I feel like we're going to be getting into is if they truly do divide up masters and they have like level 50 masters and they have level 40 masters in the two different formats of open and premier. I feel like there's going to be a huge issue because even in masters, you know, if you play 30 battles in a row, sometimes the queues start getting pretty decently long, even if you're not up super high, just because a lot of people don't have the resources for it. Because, like, for me, I probably have, like, 40 or 50 max legendaries, but I've put a lot of money into legendary raids, into getting the rare candies to max them out, copious amounts of hours into the Stardust. Like I used to grind so much that I have the ability to do that, and because a lot of the things like Mewtwo, Kyogre, Groudon, those things were used for legendary raids, so that's why I have them max out. Like it was all just basically picking the best one out of my 5 Groudons, or out of my 7 Mewtwo's or something, picking the best IV and just double moving it by that point, that I had finally started to actually kind of care about GBL. But I'm very afraid for the queues if they do truly only have it, if they do end up doing the 4 different formats. I'm hoping that what they will do is they will take it and they will treat it like megas. You can use it in raids and you can use it in other things, but don't bring it into GBL. Or at least at that level, because that level, it is mostly legendaries, especially for open. Premier, yeah, you would have to look at the rankings for that probably just to see it. But I know for open, Dialga with 14 attack actually hits the breakpoint, so it doesn't have the loss of Dragon Breath damage. And I've heard that because I had a 98 Dialga with 14 attack that I didn't max out. I ended up, that was my first lucky hundo from a lucky friend trade after like 100 was a 100% Dialga, and so that's what I ended up maxing out. But I think trying to get the XL candies, they'll either have to do like, I don't know, an event or something where every rare candy that you can do for a legendary can turn into an XL candy. Because if not, that's just going to be even more money grab than what megas would be if they tried to incorporate that into a GBL setting. And like it would just be ridiculous, because it's like how many you would, there's just no logical explanation for what you could do to get it a full team of like 6 legendaries or something to level 50. Like that's not possible. Premiers maybe a little bit more, because like Metagross, I know I pined up a lot of Beldum when they brought that back. But I've both community weekends that we've had, I was out the full times. Typically, I was out grinding, I was out prepping, either getting Pokeballs or something like that, or everything. So it's just going to be, how do they want to approach that at that higher level when that barrier to entry is already so high? Because even from level 20, it's like what, almost 150k Stardust, and that doesn't include double moving, which is almost another 100k Stardust. So for like the average Bob and Joe, like, and I don't know, but it's so high, and that's why I feel like a lot of people have said like this potentially Great League would probably only be if it was ever considered an esport, the thing or something, or if you could pick which mons you wanted to use or something with perfect stats or something, they would have to change that aspect, because the barrier to entry is really high. Like even Azu's really expensive, and other higher level things that, even think about Umbreon's not super expensive, but for the open Great League meta, you have to have last resort to fight the opposing Azus. If you unfortunately get locked on one of those, which hopefully you wouldn't, but to have any chance of actually putting a hurt on the Azu, you have to have last resort. You probably would want foul play or something. So that's a 75k move, which is ridiculous.
So on that note, actually, too, I didn't notice this until just now, but Noibat, have you seen? Oh, like Alyssa has it, but have you have you seen how many candies it takes to
It's
evolve it
400, isn't it?
and double move it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like an Altaria almost, except it's 75k for the charge move, which is like what? That
Good
and
thing they spawn so often.
it's not even good. Like what are we using that for? I don't know. It's interesting. That seems like a huge investment for something that wouldn't be necessarily great, but
Yeah, I think if they ever wanted to fully go forward with it as like an esports setting, they would have to completely change everything. First off, they would have to fix the damn game. Um, as we have white squares again, apparently, if you've updated. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
we
the
love
white squares
we
hype.
I know white squares. That's the rank everyone is, apparently.
that's the best rank though, I thought.
I know, that's obviously the best rank. That's why everyone's there.
When can I get my end pose?
Yeah. But they I think I said this earlier on stream, and I'm gonna stand by it. If it wasn't for the people I with quit this game so long ago.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have some work that they really need to be doing on PvP as a whole. And they because what I'm that's why I'm not touching any of my legendaries. Because I want to see how they're gonna handle masters, because you can't unpower up a Pokemon. So if I take my Hundo Dialga and I max it out to 50, and they're like, "Oh, hey, you can't use level 50 Pokemon in GBL anymore." I've just lost a best buddy Dialga that I spent a shitload of time on, that I've maxed out, where I spent the dust and candies on that. And, you know, for something that I purely used it in GBL mostly. Like, I mean, I have a maxed out team of raids almost. So I don't need dragon attackers and raids. I use it for GBL. So it's a waiting game, very unfortunately, because they could come out later and say, "Hey, we're having these other leagues," but they don't want to divide. They don't want to have too many leagues available, because this is also the thing with the last week too. When they have all the leagues available, I know everyone loves it. Everyone's like, "Yes, I get to go to my favorite league," and for me personally, it's the only reason I've hit 10. So, but when you have all the leagues open, everyone's divided, and so then the queues are longer, and then it's like, oh, my queues are like, I think I've discussed this thoroughly before sometimes, but on how bad queue times have been, because I play open in both formats, which is a lesser population because it does have legendaries and people don't have resources for those. But yeah, they can't have 4 leagues run at the same time, because the waits for the level 50 ones are probably going to be disgusting if they ever come out with it. Season 7 and beyond, because I think if they do have it in season 6, it would be kind of impossible to discuss if they're going to have it later on, because it's a brand new concept. They can't expect everyone to drop 1K on raids to get the XL candy. So
But so what do you think that the dynamic is going to be moving forward, though? I mean, my personal feeling is that this is a transition, and that maybe we're just going to get X number of months until that's the new norm, where we all thought that it would be crazy to have Master League Pokemon in the first place. We all thought it would be crazy to have Ultra League Pokemon in the first place, but now most of us do. And I feel like this is just another one of those things where right now we look at it and we're just like, oh, that's crazy. And it's just the amount of resources you have to invest. But that's one of the many reasons that I think that the cost will go down. I think they just want something new for people to go for. And I mean, I would put it at maybe 2 to 3 months, or next season.
Yeah.
They'll just be like, oh,
because they
well,
haven't even discussed what they're doing in the new year for the rest of this season. So it's a very real possibility, if they do come back and rotate that back in, that they might have it at that level 50 draw, which like, so because it doesn't affect like open ultra, because like the only thing that I have legendary wise that would require XL candies is Reggie. I mean, I think probably some people would have shift tree. There's other things at that cap. I know we've mentioned the Galarian Stunkus, and other things like that, but it's not as dependent as it would be in Masters, because Masters you have to have everything max typically. So
Right. Ultra poses different problems, which the way that people are describing it is just that it's like all the graduates from Great League have kind of moved up, so that you have the XL Stunfisk, Abomasnow, Reggie, and they're just kind of hanging out in Ultra League now. So what do you think of, I mean, it's going to have to be handled differently in one league versus the other, I think, because of the way that they phrased it. They've been so careful about the way they phrased it in terms of not allowing XLs in Master League Classic, but they've kind of left the gates open in everything else. So I feel like the metas are going to shift in everything, and there's a lot of things that are going to require XL candies in essentially every league at this point. So I don't know. I just feel like this has got to be a transition.
It's concerning. Yeah, I think that's kind of the point you're trying to get. It's very concerning.
Well, I think my point is that it's concerning enough that like they've designed it this way. Like they're kind of trying to make people want these things, but they're going to make them more accessible. Like they make everything more accessible, because if they don't, then it's going to kind of make their whole model collapse here, I think.
Yeah, I think if they don't have it in a manner, because for legendaries, I honestly cannot imagine trying to get the amount of legend carries for one, let alone my full team of 3. And then it's like, well, God forbid if I want to change my team because my team's not working out, then that's maybe another 1 or 2. Like because I have used in Open Masters, like off the top of my head that I know of, I've used Giratina, Mewtwo, Groudon, Kyogre, Dialga. I've had Zekrom in there a couple of times. There's other legendaries and stuff like that I've switched in and tried, but all those things I already had maxed out, so it wasn't that big of a commitment.
Right.
And so now it's like oh my God, I can remember this. The first day level 50 came out, one of my friends in my group chat, that God bless his soul, he was complaining. He was like, "Oh, my Pokemon are not maxed anymore. This is a level 32. It's like 3800 CP dragon." I kept trying to say, no, it is maxed. It's maxed. Pokegenie is not updated to level 50 yet. Like, calm down. And I kept fighting with him, and he kept showing me all these Pokemon, and I'm sitting here like, that's max. That's max. I have my stuff labeled that is max, or was max. And even for myself, I'm very particular. I have a very particular naming system of what's max, what's PvP, like things like that. So I've, even with this level 50, I've kind of sat here like, okay, how am I going to change that with everything? So I feel like I'm taking the floor. But yeah, I have a very grave concern for upper leagues, because like even for me, I might just use the Reggie I have for Ultra, because I've best buddied that thing too.
Right.
That's a 96. I don't want to build another one. And like that Ultra, I don't care as much about IVs. Great is where I really do care about IVs. Just as a person thing, yeah. As I feel like we're being discussed in chat of, for example, I never kept any Meryl's Azus with something like 0, 15, 15 IVs. That's because we didn't really think about this, that they would ever potentially expand the levels. Because like for me, I've been 40 for the past 2 years, And they always said, they're like, oh yeah, we'll eventually release more levels, and we'll eventually, and this has been going on forever. Like that damn giftable search button, if you follow me on Twitter, that I have mentioned multiple times, that is apparently sitting in the code, and they just don't turn it on. And for someone who used to grind every single day and send a gift to every possible person, that would have probably saved me a solid 5 hours.
They did change the way the friends list works right now, though. It's much better. They changed it so that
they're improving,
right.
but please for me, Niantic, if you're lurking out there, give us the damn giftable search, please. I've tweeted at you multiple times. I know this.
So I'm gonna say, I'm going on the record that they are gonna make us all commit to level 50 if we want to do masters within, I'll say within 6 months, but I think 3 months is more likely that they're gonna actually do it, and I think that it will actually be less painful than we think it will be, because it'll be the resources will open up. It'll be cheaper than we think.
Please don't make the conversion rates flip. Please. Please. I swear on my Umbreon.
Okay, Ethan. So what did those vibes ever make it to you in California? The don't make crap until you need it vibes.
Yeah, that was there. Yeah, I got that. Thank you. Yeah, I did get that. I think that honestly, like, not spending it and like keeping it there isn't a bad thing. I feel like if anything's gonna change, it's the Stardust, because it's not like I feel like the conversion's fine, to be honest. Like, if it was 50, I feel like it would be too easy, kind of. Like 100 at least warrants a challenge. I don't know.
I mean, hundreds evolve a piece.
But for things that are unattainable, that makes total sense. Like Dialga being like 25 or 50.
Yeah, that's what I'm sitting here is. They're gonna have to do something different for the
like conversion.
legendaries.
Yeah, that like Eevee's everywhere. Eevee's everywhere, so I don't feel bad.
But like maybe make it like, because I'm honestly, I would not dump a whole. I would legit just stop streaming for a week or something when Masters come out and not do it. Like, I'm even a hardcore grinder, or used to be, and I would potentially have the resources to do it. And I'm sitting here like, I don't want to do that. Like, I think they would have to do something very differently for me to do that if they're requiring level 50. Just because I play Open Masters and that's all legendaries. Like, but even Premier. Think about even Premier. That's what Dragonite, Togekiss. Togekiss, I will tell you right now, I maybe have like 500 candies for. Dragonite and Metagross are a little bit higher due to the fact that they're, they've had community days and I've grinded out those community days. But even newer people, like, they just wouldn't be able to play Masters at all if they get rid of Master Classic in the next season.
Right.
And force us. So
I just feel like they're always going to keep it, but yeah.
Well, they may keep it as a quote legacy thing that sticks around for people to use, but I think that they're going to make level 50 more attainable for stuff. And I think that we've already talked about last week and other times about how it's like the mega stuff. It's like the shadow stuff, where initially it was ridiculously expensive. And I don't think they're going to change it on the same time schedule as they did the mega stuff where it was turbo. But I think that they will do it. And I think that they'll do it however it suits them. It's not going to be a question of whether it's consistent with what we're used to. They're already rebalancing the XP. We talked about the excellent throws. And Ethan also keeps me up to date on Stardust bonuses. We've got the 1,000 Stardust for the Shelder. We've got the 750 for the Trubbish. We've got some other things that are boosted out there.
Day. Double Stardust on both community hours. So
Go
Right.
look for your Shelders and your Trubbish on Community Day.
Right. I think that is a hint. The fact that we got the double dust community days after or at this point in time, that they're going to start ramping up the Stardust generation side of things. That they're going to
That
let
would
us
be
get more.
awesome.
decrease. Why can't they just decrease the cost at least for like the max, the not the max out, but like level 40 to 50? Like I would appreciate that too.
They
along with
could
the
do
level
both.
Stardust.
They could do both on different levels. I mean, like they did decrease the dust cost for stuff on the shadows, but I think that it makes people like get the less of the feels bad when the investment they already made is not like
Yeah.
devalued the next day. So I mean, like if you're like you, where you hold on and wait to build
Yeah.
something, then that's the right approach. But if you're like a lot of people who built stuff, then they get mad, and I think that
Well, yeah, I think if they decrease the amount of Stardust from things from 30 to 40, I will be pissed. I will legitimately be pissed because
Right.
I've maxed out over 100 mons.
Right.
Which
I mean, honestly, I don't think you should be pissed because it's like an early access type thing, right? That's what it is. It's like, yeah, sure it hurts, but like you got to have all these PvP experiences with these Pokemon while other people haven't had these experiences, and you're essentially paying Stardust for it. So it's like a early like a PvE type of like beta testing thing where they're still trying to figure things out.
But they had done that, they've had that for the past what, like 4 years?
I just
Yeah.
want to document
This
this
game
on
is a huge
screen as
beta
well.
test.
I don't normally put my phone on screen, but I'm doing it for the second time again, just to document that even after the 500 storage increase, I'm still back at full.
Jiggly, before on Friday, if you would like, we can convince Nerd Twitch to help us clean out our bags, and we'll get Gemma Banks too. We'll drag them on, and we'll be like, you have to help us clean our bags. Like,
You know what they're gonna say? You know they're gonna say this. They're gonna be like, they're gonna go through each Pokemon. They're gonna be like, does this hold any significant value to you in any way? And they're gonna be like, you're gonna be like, no, or yeah, it does, and I want to
Exactly.
keep it.
They're gonna
And
throw
then
up their hands.
and then they're gonna no, and then they're gonna be like, are you sure? It's just Pokemon.
well,
It can
I think
be.
with the new search system and like having all the tags and being able to see that, I think that's gonna be a lot easier for me to clean out my bag. I mean, I honestly have no space right now, and it will take me hours upon hours to clean out my bag because I have not bought the 1,000 extra spots. I could do it. I might crack on community right though.
Yeah,
I'm
not a lie. I'm sitting on 64 Bunnelby, so I could transfer some, but I'm waiting. I want to be able to mirror trade with people, but they probably won't have as many Bunnelby to trade.
Could you, okay, so License to Draw brings up a great point. Could you imagine a community day for Shelder
Right.
with triple dust?
Oh, that would be glorious! Please, yes.
Wow.
Right.
Hear that
Wow.
idea. That's something I will gladly back.
That with a star piece and triple
With a
dust
party. Oh
and
my
the
God.
Shelder.
Oh,
Oh
that's so
my
I'm like
gosh.
actually I'm legit getting chills over
That's like so much dust.
like look at the chills, guys. Look at the chills.
That's so much dust. That would be awesome.
I'll settle for
That-
Trubbish. Trubbish is one of my favorites, despite people talking about it being literal
Do you like
garbage. I love.
I mean,
Trubbish.
it's literal garbage, but I also do like Trubbish too.
It
But
would be a new shiny too. Like when we had Ghastly Community Day, I think I can't remember what the bonus was on that, but I love how they're like, yeah, we're not gonna come out with these like new starter shinies, but we're gonna give you stuff that you've already had. But I cried because I was like, I didn't get a shiny Ghastly at Go Fest. I was so upset with my first Go Fest that I actually traveled to.
Right.
But I got 2 shinies that day. Or well, at Go Fest, I guess I should say. I got more shinies that day, but I got 2 at Go Fest, and I was really upset. So,
those types of things are interesting to see, like the dynamic there, because maybe they are trying to ramp up Stardust. That would be definitely the way to go, I feel like, because like 100. I don't like. Do we get? I forget how much we get from each catch because it's always like changing. Let me see. Hold on. So I have a story of you. Is it like what's the base again? Is it like 100? Or what is the base for Stardust?
Yeah, 100.
Yeah, I thought so. That's like not enough at all. I think like I usually don't complain about it because like I literally catch everything. But for someone that's like a newer, like I'm thinking about my mom coming back, right? And like she's just looking at all these things, and I'm sure she's like doesn't even want to play the game. She's just playing it for me. But like it's so daunting. It's like all these things that you have to fulfill for if you even want to like I'm not even gonna try to get her into PvP because she always like hates on me for it. But um but like if I were to try to like do that, like she wouldn't even be able to get an Azu yet. Like she doesn't have dust for that. So it's like I I think something that sounds reasonable is like probably like 500 for each Pokemon and then like scale up from there. And then we have like Cloyster and Trubbish to 750 and Cloyster 1000. Those are fine. But like 500 for each Pokemon is like pretty good. And then you have like the other evolutions and stuff that you can get more from. But I feel like that's like a good median. It's kind of like the it's kind of like the XP thing right now that they're increasing with excellent throws. Maybe they could correlate excellent throws with Stardust, where you get 500 if you get an excellent throw, and you get more XP as well if you get an excellent throw. I love the excellent throw thing.
We
If there was
noticed.
like,
No, I agree, but I've noticed you like that.
yeah, if
It's
there was
so
a
good.
yeah, if there was a global leaderboard for excellent throws, like your boy's on first page. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Probably not.
I sit here and I'm like, all the Brandon Tans out in the world would say
Probably not.
otherwise.
Definitely,
No.
yeah. I'm not on first page, but I feel like I've done a pretty good job over the years. But yeah, they could be even like an excellent. I've wanted them to add like an excellent throw medal or like great throw medal and nice throw medal, like just for like all of them, just to see how many we have because we like numbers so much.
That would be cool. I like that.
Yeah, like why not track that? I don't know. I think that would
Well,
be cool.
even mine. This was in my debate of I want a giftable search feature.
AJ's here.
Oh no, are we being shut down? But anyways, gold gym badges, because I know people with over like 700 gold gym badges, and it's like that's insane. But they're also losing them because the game caps you out at 1K gyms on your little map. So I wish they would do that.
Oh, I didn't even
Just
know
so
that
that
was a thing.
yeah, no. Because I'm at like 150, and I'm looking at that, even though I'm sitting here and it's like I want to do all these remote raids with all my friends, but it's adding new gyms to my map, and I'll probably start losing some of my gold gyms that are no longer there because they've been removed. Um,
Oh, the legacy gold gems. Those are always cool. But they're sad because like I had someone at UCR, like I had one of my favorite gyms at UCR was the School of Medicine gym. You had to like walk up. The reason it was my favorite is because you actually had to like walk up a huge hill to get there. So there was actually some fitness involved in getting to the gym. Like it was kind of out of the way. Um, and no one went up there to contest it, and I love that. um, but then like I don't know what happened. Like I guess it started becoming popular when the game became popular again. Like that gym became popular because like all the entomology students started playing, and that's where like that's the entomology building there used to be. So like one of the teachers actually got a complaint from someone of a whole bunch of Pokemon Go players kind of like I guess loitering outside the classroom, but they're really just raiding, like they're just but there's just so many people that it looks kind of like
Suspicious. Yeah,
I I don't know.
we have like the couple that I can think off the top of my head is I know we've had post office get pissed at us because they have like a smaller parking lot, so they don't have much parking. And then like okay, fun fact, Warsaw would have these huge raid trains every Saturday, and anyone could join. And there was one day when Kyogre and Groudon came back that I swear to God there was 80 people there, if not more. Which this was probably 2019, so like
Yeah.
it was huge. So, but he never thought about what 80 people going to a church on like a Saturday or some crap like that would do. And so
Yeah, that's
we've had complaints, and like one of them was like by a middle school. So that's
yeah, and then they end up
obviously
getting it. Yeah,
that's rare.
they get it removed. So
Yeah.
that was sad seeing that go, but then it popped up in a different place, and I was like, oh, it's the birth of a new gym. It's
No,
the new school of
we just
medicine.
we ended up losing that gym like that because it was a water tower.
Hmm.
And so we ended up losing that gym. And then there's like a couple gyms that don't have raids that pop up on them. I'm sure probably just because they've gotten complaints, but I'm not gonna lie, I've kind of visited them at like 9 o'clock at night, and it's like, oh no, I'm just doing a U-turn. Don't worry, don't worry. But they like close. I don't know. Have you guys ever seen a gym close? Where you're
Yes.
trying to, yeah. Well, that's
We
the
have
only
one
gym.
here that's our water tower, and it closes at 5
Yeah.
because I guess that that place requested to Niantic. They said the gym could stay, but we'd like it to be during our open hours. And I think that's really cool
That's
that
kind of
Niantic
cool.
was. Yeah, isn't that really neat that they let them do that? I thought that was great.
Yeah, that
But
is
you got to
actually
get in
really
there
neat.
at like 4:59 to take the gym, so no one can knock you out till the next morning.
That is really
Just
cool though, because then it's closed, and then you can't.
Mhm.
Then they can't. No
Yeah,
one
you
can do
can't get
anything.
knocked out. Yeah, that's how I
guaranteed coins.
played that one gym was.
Dang. I wish more people would do that.
I could only
Contest
I could
gyms.
only imagine all the hardcore folks, like the ones that get there 2 minutes before raid hour and like knock everybody out and put their mons in before the team system changed. I'm sure
Mhm.
that those people would just rush to the parks and like right before they close, they get everything in there every single day.
This one is a pretty aggressively defended gym most of the time.
Yeah, I because like, oh my God, I can remember when I first started working on gold gyms, I have we go back to this. I'm very possessive on my routes, but I had this square I would do, and even if I didn't like, I wouldn't do all of them, but I would still drive in the square, and I would just see if it was like blue, I would just drop in, but I wouldn't take them. So then, as I started getting some of the first ones that I would always do gold, I would move forward to put to start taking the other gyms on their route, and then like I would just I finished the square. But that was like the one gym I never went to, and I was just like, I don't know how to get to this gym. And it's not that difficult. It's just different. It's just not a normal gym we went to, and that's because there was never any raids on it. And then I learned it closed at 9 o'clock at night. So
How is everybody feeling about the platinum badges and specifically the dragon one? I know that was one of concern for a lot of people, including Ethan and myself. How is everybody sitting on that one? I'm gonna guess maybe Speedy's got hers.
I have all my types platinum. Yes.
Yeah.
Oof.
What about you,
Yeah.
Alyssa?
Ooh, I was muted. Mine's not platinum yet, but we'll just find a nest and work on that.
Smart.
Oh wait, the nest.
I was gonna say, what?
Oh, just kidding.
Now,
Yeah.
was there ever a nest though for dragons? That was kind of the issue. I don't think you could
And
Wait,
ever.
I think
and
that
like the very, very, very beginning.
Oh
of the
yeah,
game, there
yeah.
was
I'm sorry. As far as
no, just not anymore.
as
Yeah.
far as like intended, or
we just
or
need
thought
another
about.
community day.
Right.
Wonder if there's anything dragony spawning for this weekend.
I think Bagon.
Bagon.
Yeah.
You gotta hunt Bagons. I'm gonna catch every Bagon for sure because I want the platinum. But I also missed out on Hundo Swampert, so I'm gonna be going for that as well. Uh, and yeah, definitely platinum for dragon is an issue. I was talking to Jiggly about it. I was like resorting to Curems for a little bit, which is very inefficient.
Yeah, I have over
Very
3K
inefficient.
for that. And my friends were like, because one of the friends that, like I said, we used to be really close on catches. It was like the three of us. It was Greg, Sean, and myself. Um, I was like, oh, I already have this platinum because I have 3,000. And they were like, oh, it's probably because of all the raids you've done. And I'm like sitting here like, no, it's because I've grinded over 2,000 Pokemon last Community Day weekend. So,
Mm, yeah. Well, maybe the Rayquazas have something to do with it, because I know that
it's only like 100 and something of them. Okay, I'm fine. It's
Oh,
not
okay,
all
okay.
Rayquazas. Okay,
I
it's
know
fine.
one of my locals though, like did like 300 or something in total. Um, and he has the platinum badge, and that totally makes sense because
I
I
mean,
mean he was
yeah.
grinding at UCR before I was. I started grinding at UCR when I came back into the game when I was a freshman in 2017. So other than that, like I never experienced UCR in 2016, which I'm kind of sad about because um that would have been super cool, I feel like, because people I heard stories like people were staying up until like 4 in the morning walking
Yeah,
around.
Now you just hang
it's
out on Twitch and stay up till 4 in the morning. What's the difference?
yeah, that's obviously the place to go. Yeah, it's really funny because PvP put me into a college environment, and so like there's one professor that beats me that PvPs that beats me in XP, and there's one person that beats me in catches in that one community. I'm like, yeah. But I'm like, I'm second on those, and I'm trying to catch that one on XP because that's the only one I can feasibly catch. The other person I can't do that. I'm like 50K behind him. I was
Wow.
like, I can't get there, but I can catch this other person on XP. They just turned 40 times 9, and I'm like 5K away from 40 times 9. So I'm like, I can do this. I can do this.
40 times 9. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, but yeah. What were
I
we
don't have
talking?
a we've established I don't have an issue with this game, and I'm not crazy. Obviously, 100%.
Of
Definitely
course
not.
not. Um, so the most important thing to me with the announcement of the new GBL season is that we are still waiting on the move updates. I really thought that they would just drop them on us and we would be in a different situation now, but I feel like we are in a kind of mess of a situation right now because we don't have them. What is uh, does anybody have any expectations for when they'll get released? And don't you feel like this to me is the most concerning thing, the kind of going back on the precedent that they'd been setting of giving us move updates each time we had a season update, and it just made for nice clean breaks. People didn't have to build stuff that they didn't need. Sylph could kind of plan around it. There were so many different good dynamics to it, and now it's like it's just this big pile of meh. What do you think, Alyssa, about the lack of the update on moves at this point?
I think that all we can do is speculate at this point, and there's no use in panicking until we wait and see what it is they drop on us. Hopefully, it's nothing that's going to ruin anything for us. But with Niantic, I mean, all we can do is hope that it's going to be something that will benefit us and not be just like a major shakeup.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just depends what you're looking for. I guess I would be excited if there were more of a shakeup, but I think realistically they're making smaller ones now. But I think it probably is again going to be something where it depends on what style of player you are. I'm guessing maybe Speedy doesn't care as much because she's an invest once she needs something kind of player. So maybe she can shed some light on how she feels about it.
So if I had to take a guess with how they're having this season set up, since they haven't told us anything past about like January something, I have a feeling they're probably going to have it with that. And so it affects the second half of the season. Since we haven't had anything on the second half of the season. Um, and so it's that we're not playing the same meta over and over and over again. Like, yeah, the meta is probably going to change a little bit depending on how people do it in ultra and do it in great, which obviously I seriously do not think anyone has maxed out level 50 mons in great, but those are kind of more IV stat dependent. But I have a feeling that that's probably when we'll get the moves so that it shakes up the meta. I know lunge, because so for me, I had Umbreon, Azu, DD. And when they had lunge with Spooter, I was like, well, okay, I gotta change my team. I gotta do something different because this is not gonna work. Because if I run into a Spooter, I just die. Because it beats like all three of my mons. So I was like, okay, we gotta do something different. But that was a very clean cut season. You know, we had a set time for great, we had a set time for ultra, we had a set time for masters, um, we had a set time for like other cups, and then we had a set time for when they were coming back with all of them. So we were told very upfront about it, and with it being a little bit longer, or considering that we could have technically had like 6 seasons if we include preseason this year, 6 to 7 seasons in a year, and they're now probably going to cut it down to about 4. They're probably just using the moves as an excuse to have a meta shakeup in the middle of the season so that we aren't playing the same thing over and over and over again, which is what I think they tried to do with season 5 with Kanto Cup, Little Cup, and Catch Cup, which everyone has their own opinions about. And I will just leave it at that. But at least looks like they're trying, you know, with Flying Cup and Halloween Cup to try and have something different in a great league format that isn't very expensive. Like if you had to max out more Pokemon for Ultra and Masters, but if I had to take a guess, that's where I'm gonna guess is we're probably sometime in January when we are about halfway through this season to get a shakeup on that.
Yeah, I guess at this point that would probably be my preference that they do it at kind of a clean break point as opposed to just randomly dropping on us. But to me, that was always the most exciting day of PvP involvement ever. Was just like, oh, here's new moves. What's different? Like, and everybody just kind of like races to look around and see what's different. It was always the check out what changed on PV Poke Day and that sort of thing, and it was always fun. So now that is not here, I'm okay with waiting until then, but I just hope that they don't make it like just the randomness of it, because they'd taken away one of those sources of, I'm not going to call it FOMO, but like one of those sources of like reverse FOMO where like the people who build stuff feel like regret the next day when they like timed it wrong or something like that. And you're just like, oh, I shouldn't have built this because now it's completely irrelevant in the new meta and blah, blah, blah. So
yeah, and I feel like Sylph, there really isn't that because it will always typically come back. So like that I feel like is a thing, and so I'm a little bit more lenient on the mons. I think I've probably built for Sylph just because it's a more restrictive format. I've researched it a bunch before I build my team. Like the Sorceress team that I made, 800k, that was the team I used all month. Like I didn't change it. That was the team I had researched. I enjoyed looking at it. I was like, this looks very good in theory. And my first tournament proved that was good in practice as well. And I've used some of those mods past then, like the Metacham. I can't remember if I built the Sableye that time as well. Yeah, 800k. It was. I can, for a fun fact, go back and look and see what that team was, but I do know it consisted of double moving a Cresselia and maxing out for a Metacham. So I can quickly go and look and see what it was.
You'll be eclipsing those records soon, even if you stick with the team. So it's all right with the Excel stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but even that's not super effective. So, it was a Maywile too. So it was 2 maxed out mods. So it was a Maywile, Polyrath, Alola Marowak. I think I probably only had the Alola Marowak, and maybe the Steelix, but it was Maywile, Polyrath, Alola Marowak, Cresselia, Steelix, and Metacham is what I used back in Sinister.
The most visible thing in the GBL update, or not visible, but visible in terms of matchups anyway, is the rating reset. And Ethan's been making lots of commentary about me and how, oh, I'm so proud of you, you're facing these good people, so you must be doing well. And then last night when I was on the Boomer stream with Victor, he was making comments about why I wouldn't run Azu and just giving me all sorts of grief because I was going back to my old Jiggly ways. But what do you guys think about the rating reset? I think it was necessary, and I think they probably have to do it periodically, but I think that my mentality toward actually grinding Elo is still going to be the same. I'm probably never going to make rank 24.
I kind of like it. I think it's towards the end of last season when everybody was trying to tank their ratings to have an easier start at the beginning of this season. It's kind of humorous when they announced that it was resetting because everybody was like, well, that was a waste. So I don't know. It's kind of nice to all be on an even playing field. And I'm sure the people who typically have really high ratings had a really easy first couple of days regardless because everybody was all in the same pool. The top percentage will just naturally keep moving up while the middle of the packers go a little slower, and the people who are just there to have a good time kind of stick around. I think everyone works out and falls where they need to fall. I think it's fine. I don't see anything wrong with the reset. I liked it. It was kind of refreshing. It was like I only did the one day. I've had a lot going on, but it was a really like relaxing, fun day one.
Right.
I'm gonna sped right through those.
I'm gonna say along that front that, like, even though I admit that I bring some of my pain on myself, I think that it probably warrants resetting each season because so many people take different battles seriously or not seriously, and it's just kind of silly to keep, especially with these long new seasons that we're getting. I'm thinking that we should get a reset after each season if it's as long as they are making these.
Agreed.
What about you guys? What about Ethan, who took all that time to climb up to, what was it, number 25 in the world, 26?
Even though he would not admit it or let us brag on him.
He wouldn't publicly acknowledge it.
He's left us.
Oh,
he went
man.
to go visit his mom for a second. But
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
so I guess I can kind of speak on behalf since I did finish on the leaderboard for one of the seasons. I think it's just, exactly what Alyssa said, that the top are gonna get there. Because getting to rank 24 is just honestly going to be a huge time commitment too. And like for season 3, the first season that I personally made it to 10, it was that last week. If they did not do how they had done it, I probably wouldn't have, because I was sitting at like 2450 and I shot all the way up to like 3100, which is where I finished on that leaderboard, which in theory really shouldn't have been possible. But yay, Niantic screw ups. But because I was kicking ass and taking names in Great League. I was like, if you face me, and I just like even that stream that I had did for that final push, I ended on a 5-0, I think, after coming from a 4-1 the previous set. So it was very, I think with the longer seasons, definitely a reset. And it's like it's naturally things are just gonna separate. Like there's gonna be people because like I'm facing higher up people, but that's just because I haven't grinded out the wins. Um, and the ELO is still there, Niantic's just. I think they're just trying to have some motivation for people who aren't super good at it. Like I had learned that one of my friends actually hit 10, like season 3. I was like, I didn't know that. I honestly did not know that. Um, and this is a member of like my rating fam, so I didn't know that. But I don't think they ever made it to like the leaderboard or anything when they did hit it. So, and season 3 was a really weird season, as is. So, but yeah, it's they still haven't figured out numbers apparently. But
Yeah, probably the most interesting thing to see will be whether they've got this fairly well mapped out right now with the 24 levels, or whether they end up having to do some sort of catch up algorithm or something like that toward the end where they let more people in, because it'll be very interesting if you ask me. They did not, as I anticipated, move Pikachu Libre down or just change it. They actually left it up at the top, which is kind of strange. But to me, the word legend, like, it really feels like it should be separated from like what used to be rank 10 and like even the leaderboards. Like legend just feels like so much higher, but that's where the Pikachu Libres are. So I don't know what to expect from them in terms of how many people will make rank 24. Do you think that everybody on the leaderboard is going to be ranked 24 at the end of the season?
I think it's going to be. That's what I'm concerned about because like I haven't played this first week, and Great League is where I climb. So I've honestly kind of sat here. I'm a little bit concerned. Just kind of because I know you have very strong opinions about the dynamics on Twitch and the GBL focusedness of it all.
Where'd you hear
But
that?
like it's not like I watch these streams. Totally don't. No, absolutely not. But it's concerning because they keep constantly changing it, and um, season 2 was consistent. And that's when I discussed the redo community day weekend or something. Or it was like Go Fest or something. I can't remember what it was. Actually, it was probably Go Fest now that I think about it. But the last 6 hours, I did a 6 hour stream to try and get to 10. Didn't end up making it. Season 3 was such a roller coaster. Like just thinking on my own personal experience. But I have never reliably climbed an ultra or great or ultra and masters. I'm sorry. Even though I do have my preferred open formats, um, all my climbing isn't great. So it's really concerning with me moving this first week and me having other priorities this week that I might not make it just because I wasn't able to play in my strongest league. So there's been a little bit of FOMO, but I've honestly just been tired, exhausted, and just trying to like focus on some personal like mental health and things like that, and taking huge step back from this game. Like I think that I showed up on 1 or 2 streams yesterday after not watching Twitch like all week, which, for the past probably 5 months, I haven't done that. I have not taken a single week off of streaming. I haven't gone probably a full day without watching Twitch. So it's it's interesting. It's interesting just to hear the different things. So, but I wonder because I wonder when people come out if how high their ELOs are going to be. Because if their ELOs are starting at like that 2,000 range, and they actually do have to truly climb up, and the hidden ELOs aren't going to be coming out at like 2,500 like they have in past seasons, then personally for myself, I might have an issue. But I honestly don't know. I don't even think anyone's hit it to where we've gotten leagues yet, even though apparently the approximation was 11 days. So we're vastly, hopefully, approaching that this week. So we'll see where people start popping out ELO wise.
So since this, you're acknowledging my feelings on how GBL and streaming and all that works together, and you're simultaneously telling me you took a break and trying to step away, do some mental health stuff, I can support that. So really the biggest drive behind me wanting to talk about how people are thinking about like level 50 and the changes in the game. I mean, I think that the rank 24 could or could not be just as big of a change. How would you feel if you knew ahead of time that the reality was that even the people at the end of the season that were on the leaderboard were not all going to be ranked 24, that somehow that was going to be like exclusive company where it's like it's your Martos, it's your Toes, it's your folks that like the Sylph community might recognize as legends, and a few people that do GBL that don't Sylph, and they take it unbelievably seriously. How would you feel if you
CPO and Wholesome and people like
right
that?
like if you knew going in that like you didn't have a chance, and the main thing you're missing out on is the end pose and the Pikachu, or whichever level. The Pikachu may not be at the 24, but like, how would that make you feel?
People really like the pose this season. It's a very classic pose. I feel like a lot of people want that pose. See, because this is getting into dynamics of Twitch, so I'm gonna set my little paperclip down that I've been messing with.
Uh-oh.
I have a little fidget thing. I've been fidgeting all night.
Okay.
Because I'm so used to when I'm streaming, I typically always have my phone in my hand, but
right.
So, okay. So, my honest opinion, I think if you told me that there would be less than 500 people hitting 24, personally myself, I probably wouldn't be hitting it. I would have to probably play very strategically on Ultra and Masters League to potentially hit it. And it would be a little upsetting. Like, because I can remember my emotions, even though I was so goddamn tired. I had to call off work. But it was very emotionally upsetting not hitting season 2 after putting so much work into it. And I had been a diehard Sylph person for a very long time. And like the only reason I ever started to care about GBL, I felt like, was because I stream, which is a definitely top priority for people streaming. And it's just because with the dynamic on Twitch, if you're a better battler, like I don't want to name drop, but there's those battlers out there that you discuss that play purely GBL and have hit top leaderboard almost every season or something like that.
Right.
And they're partners and things like that. They're achieving their goals, which is, that's a good thing. But it's like, it's putting so much emphasis on people who are up in that skill bracket and play every single day, compared to me, like season 4, I didn't think I was going to hit it because I only played when I streamed, which was every other day. So I played 30 battles every time I streamed. And I just didn't think I was going to hit it, just because I didn't put as much time as some of these other people have put into it. So that's like, for me, I was really excited and happy when I saw, hey, I can potentially get there, and did in fact make it, because that was kind of after the push that I had done season 3 to try and get to 10. I realized kind of how much effective COVID, and it was oh god, what it was. It's now we're entering month 9 of like lockdowns and restrictions and everything.
I
And
think we're at
so,
that point where Nightline stopped being the thing like day one of the Iran hostage crisis to just its Nightline, because it just was happening so long. I think we've all lost count.
yeah. I know it's like it's a month that we're entering, but that math wise, because I can March 13th. That is a day that is very vivid still in my mind. But yeah, so month 9, and it's like I didn't realize how much the grind that I did in season 3 affected me, and this like some personal matters of like COVID and all the restrictions and everything, and just my mental health. So I was like, okay, so I'm only gonna battle on the days that I stream, which I even cut that from 4 days down to 3. So I was like, okay, we're really gonna try and take this seriously, because I can't continue at the pace that I was doing. Um, so it was a balancing act, and so that's why I wasn't as emotional as when I hit season 3, because season 3 was such a long shot in my opinion, um, looking at it. But season 4, I was still pretty happy, because I might not hit as much, but hit as high, or have the following that like some of these other very high GBL people have. But I have people that enjoy sitting in my stream and watching me chat, and like chatting with me and hanging out, and enjoy watching my battles and stuff like that. So it is what it is. And the Twitch scene, I don't foresee it changing super much very soon. It's probably still going to be very GBL focused, and that's just kind of how the cookie has crumbled a little bit, even though there will still always be people like Shagness that do auto rack GBL, and huge congrats to her, because I would get my ass kicked if I did not have my very cookie cutter team. And obviously yourself, with very discussing topics and things like that about the game. And I know like people who Zeus, who goes out and grinds, or has been doing more grinding streams rather than GBL streams. And that started out that way. And King of Charmanders, when he did all of his raids, and Moomalo, and like people like that have different content. But on the front of mostly battling, it's probably still very unfortunately going to be GBL focused, and how good you are at the leaderboards and hitting rank 24 constantly, or hitting rank 10 or something. So
Right. So is it what Niantic is giving or not giving that would affect how you feel about rank 24, or is it just the response that would result on Twitch with regard to being able to post that rank 24 climb, or rank 24, am I going to hit it tonight however many times? I mean,
whatever,
is
yeah.
that what you want, or is it the actual rewards they're giving you?
I would want the post. I think, because the fashion show, like, so for I think season 3 and season 4, like what I did was I pulled people onto my stream, which typically I don't do, unless I was like having a planned duo stream or something like that. So that was very fun, and getting to laugh and look at all the selections and be like, I'm a French superhero, like picking out an outfit that looks like that, and stuff like that. So it's it is what it is. And also like looking at some of the stats, because we go back to numbers, but like some of these people, the GBL streamers that have completely blown up, like season 5, like view numbers plummeted, just because it was what Niantic was giving us in the terms of watching that. And I see that GBL content is boring at this point, and I know a lot of people have expressed that too. Like that's why it was kind of really refreshing, personally, for me to take a week off and not sit over here and be like, I need to protect all these chats and focus on this. It was taking a week off for myself, and just kind of being like, okay, I want to watch The Green Arrow, or I want to watch Arrow, which is a TV show I'm working on, rather than having to be watching a chat kind of in the background and protecting things. So it's a balancing act, I feel like.
Most definitely. So Ethan, I know that you were excited for me, and I think you were probably indifferent for yourself in terms of the rating reset and the rank 24 climb. You and I have had talks about, maybe trying to be less stressed about the results of GBL, and I kind of feel like maybe, just maybe, you can tell me if I'm out of line, that maybe you're starting to stress about it already a little bit. So tell me how you're feeling about the changes to the system and just the anxiety that GBL does or doesn't give you.
Ethan is still not present.
Oh, he's still not present. Well, Alyssa, you can tell me, as someone who honestly doesn't seem to, I don't think you tend to fall in the vein of the GBL tryhard like myself.
No, all of my stress is reserved for self traditionally.
Right.
That's where I base my self-worth. Not really. I'm definitely more casual with self this season. I feel like I did what I wanted to do last season, and this season I'm having fun. For GBL, I don't know. I'm like at a point where I don't really care about GBL. I did it the last few seasons. It's fine. It's great. I'm over it now. I have something new in the game I'm focusing on, and I think it's more fun to go out there and XP grind and do the tasks to get to level 50. So I'm focused on that, not so much GBL. I don't need the dust, which was a major driving force the first couple seasons, because that's when I was still building stuff for PvP. And now I kind of have everything I need and plenty of dust. I never thought my dust would be in the millions ever, but here we are, because everything's like already made. So if I get around to playing it, that would be cool, I guess, but I'm not stressing about it at all. And if I were going to play any part of it, it would definitely be Great League, because that's, I think, every single Sylph battler's favorite chunk of the game in GBL is Great League. But not stressing, not worried about it. Maybe I'm at an advantage because, like, before it switches to Ultra, I'll still be so low that ranking up will be cake, because everyone that's really good will have already moved up so high, and here I am still at level 6 because I haven't touched it. Maybe it's my strategy.
Now, we've talked before about how you have flirted with the idea of building things for different leagues, and you've just kind of ended up backing away. Now,
I do Ultra. I love Ultra Premier.
Right.
And I do Great League and all of the different cups. But I don't think now with the level 50 stuff, I don't think I'm ever going to do Master League. I'll just cross it off the list. And it's not because of lack of resources or anything like that. It's just because I'm not into the meta. So I'm just not going to do it.
I guess my question would be, as the one person out here who doesn't really stream independently, do you think that that's it, that you're just like, you don't have the pressure to do it, so you're going to do what you want, and it doesn't hold value to you to have the pose specifically? It's just like, it's whatever? Or do you think that there's still a draw there that you wish you could get, and you're just kind of like, I'm not going to get it, I'm not going to stress over it?
I mean, it was FOMO the first few seasons, and that's why I did push to get to rank 10, but now it's just not on my priorities. And you're right, I don't stream, so I don't feel pressure to do that, to have people watch. I know that's what a lot of people on Twitch want to see, or used to want to see. I guess I feel like everyone is kind of getting to a point where we've been seeing it for months, and we maybe want to watch people do other stuff.
Yeah. I don't disagree on that. I have other thoughts on what might be going on, but some of these are best reserved for off stream. Is Ethan still not back, right?
He's back
here.
Oh, he is back. Okay. So as I tried to throw to you when you were not here,
I'm sorry.
No, I just am very bad at keeping up with whether people are here. So you and I have talked off stream about what our approaches were going to be for this season of GBL. And I know that initially you really wanted to do something of your own build. You wanted to do something off meta. You wanted to kind of prove that you could do it. But I get the understanding and sense that you have kind of backed off that, and you are starting to already feel the pressure of getting to rank 24 or doing as well as you can, and that you are not really taking that approach at the moment?
I would only be doing that still if it wasn't N on the line. If it was literally any other character that was the reward, I would be running Snorlax still. But since it's N, you betcha I'm trying my hardest to get N. And like the N pose, because like the next season's pose isn't gonna be N. So that's why like if I get a next season, I'll just get the outfit. But like I really would like the N pose if I can get that. So um in terms of off meta though, I had a lot of fun running Snorlax, and if it weren't for like all of the teams that I saw that actually like that I had no play against, I probably would still be running the team. I just didn't like the fact that in any league, I don't like getting hard countered in any league. That is how I think most people operate. Is if you have literally no play in a game, why are you even playing it? Just I don't know. Like there's no creative way to come back from a lost lead, lost switch in. Um, Usually there's like no way to break through on that, especially if you're down on shields. There's no way. But what I will say is that Holiday Cup seems interesting, and I may be trying some of my own concoctions for that in particular. But until then, I'm gonna be running. I've decided that I'm gonna be running what I'm familiar with, which is not really copy pasta. It's just like the team that I've been using in Great League is a fairly common team. You could think about it like literally in a second. It's a super strong lead with two really strong safe switches. But it's not like a copy pasta team or anything. But um I don't know. I don't really like playing copy pasta anymore because it's just like I would prefer to have a team that I enjoy like one Pokemon on and run that to my heart's content rather than, oh, this gets me a lot of wins, so I'm just gonna play that. Now that doesn't mean I'm against Azu, because Azu is literally so important for everything in Great League. um, unless it's like a constricted meta. Like Azu is a backbone. Azu, there are some debates on Azu like uh moves and stuff, but Azu itself is such a fundamental Pokemon that you have to pretty much pair with anything you want to bring in that's off meta. Um,
He's
but
trying to subtly speak directly to me and make it seem like it's just
multiple
content.
people, but yeah, it is content.
I love how
Multiple people.
he's like on these restricted metas. Obviously no Azu 100%, as even though Halloween Cup was Azu meta.
Exactly. I mean, when it's Azu meta, like Azu meta, it's Azu. Like you got to use Azu. But if it's not Azu meta, like if Azu's banned or like it's not allowed because of typings, um, don't use Azu. You can't use Azu, so don't use Azu. Like you can't. So don't even bring something remotely close to an Azu. Like use something fun, you know? Um, because that's what it's supposed to be. Like it's supposed to be a meta that's condensed. So, but yeah, I think in terms of Open Great League though, like Azu is just such a good role for any team. Um, but yeah, in other scenarios, you would want to try more fun stuff. Like for example is for Nightfall, right? Like I don't have to hide my strat anymore because I don't even know if and I'm gonna be doing a Nightfall, but I'm planning on running Pidgeot for Nightfall, um, and I really have enjoyed it. And um, I mean, people say that it's like people say it's a Stunfisk Frostlass, like Abomasnow, like meta, like ices and like basically ices and a Galarian Stunfisk. Maybe like actually Gallade's pretty popular too. But to that I say Pidgeot. And I'll say it proudly. Um, so yeah, you haven't lived until you've seen a Pidgeot destroy a Stunfisk. But yeah, I I don't know. It's definitely fun to try new things and experiment and stuff. So um I just I guess I'm not Butters. I'm not brave enough to do that in like a scenario where it actually counts. Um that would be like going into a test um that would be like going into a test um without really studying. I can't do that. Like there's some people that they're really good at it, like they just wing it, you know, and have fun. But I if something is going to count for something, like I want to prepare for it and I want to go on with something that I'm reliable with. So yeah, that's just how I am, and I think that's how most people are. So that's why you see a lot of Azu teams and stuff. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm playing of course I'm playing meta because I want the end pose, but um come holiday cup, I'll have a Vigoroth, but we'll see what spicy things I can do um in terms of that cup because I think that would be fun.
All right, so
Yeah,
we do know Holiday Cup is going to be normal grass, electric, ice, flying, ghost. So there will be no Azu for you to fall back on. The
good.
Diggersby is going to rear its head as well.
Let's go.
Do you think at that point that Diggersby is going to be everybody powering one up for this, just like it was with Bronzor, or do you think that that maybe it's not quite on that level because of the two things above it?
Well, did you say ices were allowed? That would make sense, right? Because it's like
Yes.
holiday. Yeah. So I feel like in any meta where ices are allowed, Diggersby is automatically at a disadvantage. But maybe I guess Diggersby is gonna be key for holiday, but who's gonna have an XL Diggersby? No one. Um, so
Just like no one was going to have a Bronzor, right? I don't know.
just like no one. Yeah. I mean, maybe like TRDF is gonna have a Diggersby. You know what I mean? Like no one's really gonna have a Diggersby. Um, maybe like one or two like insanely hardcore grinders are gonna have a Diggersby, but that's like because you'd have to have an immense amount of rare candies. I mean, I'm sure there are people that have that, but
I mean, honestly, couldn't you just put it as your buddy and put it on a phone swing?
oh, you can do that too. You're right.
Now,
I hope
am
people
I
are doing that.
am I wrong? I don't think you can get XL candies from
No,
Walking
you
just
can't.
yet.
I don't think you can do
You
that.
can, but I mean, in
The
theory,
candies.
depending on how long it takes to
Right.
walk that damn thing for one candy,
Right.
you know, you just literally have a phone swing and then you put like a burner phone or something and just like let it run all day or something and get 2 million miles on it.
Fun. Okay, so I guess there are those people with the rare candies and the phone swings.
Oh my god,
Uh,
I think I saw someone get like 700 miles or something, or 800 miles. I'm like sitting here like, yeah, you you had a phone swing on
yeah.
that.
So I mean, XL Diggersby is so much better anyways in the Great League meta. Pushes up to like the top spot. Let me see. Like it pushes up to like 13 instead of 40, which is the one I have. Like I don't know. There's a lot of key matchups that it gets with like being XL and having extra bulk. But I think like in terms of holiday, no one's really gonna have like it's a number 3 in holiday, but no one's gonna really have the XL one. I feel like most people are just gonna have the regular one if they're gonna have one at all.
And in terms of actually like being viable, um, I mean it loses to Vigoroth, of course, because it's a counter user, and that's like a key part of the meta. So I guess you just can't line it up with a Vigoroth, and like I feel like Vigoroth is a good safe swap. So I guess Diggersby is safest as the lead or the closer, and it's usually a good closer anyways. So probably just the closer, but um, yeah, it could be good for holiday potentially, but um, there are a lot of ice. But there is Marowak, so maybe like I feel like Diggersby really shines if there's a Marowak anywhere in a meta, like because Marowak usually centralizes the meta, right? And then you have like Diggersby that's like kind of the fringe pick that counters that. So um, I think if there are a lot of Marowak leads or closers, this Pokemon could be pretty good. So maybe people will be powering it up for holiday, yeah. And I already have a head start on that, so I'm thankful that I've gotten to test it. It's fun. It's fun, but I for right now it's just like a toy, honestly. It's just sitting there and yeah.
One of the major topics going on in PvP this week is something Abhinav was complaining about before, which kind of melds together two of the main topics, which is that we got both the announcement, the official Community Day announcement, and we got the announcement of the Jesse and James event, which it would appear is going to come after the after Community Day. And while they have not officially announced that it's going to involve TMing off frustration, there's at least, you know, that usual chance that if it's involving shadows and rockets and such, that could be a chance that they could do it. And they've waited until late in the past to do it, to tell us. So what do you guys think of that dynamic with the accessibility or lack of accessibility of the proper moves on Community Day Mons? I know that Ethan was hanging out on Not Rob May's stream last night, and he was definitely quite opinionated in the sense that he thought that it was just a completely broken idea. I mean, I definitely find it frustrating, but I can see why Niantic does it. Where do you fall, Alyssa, on the shadow events and the way it always seems to line up poorly with the accessibility of stuff?
I am really hoping that this rocket event comes with the ability to TM off frustration. I feel like it will. I feel like it has in the past, and so it's probably safe to expect that again. And it's been a little while, so hopefully that's a thing. I'm gonna be really effed up about it if it's not, because there's some things I would really like to TM that I missed last go around or that I've gotten since then.
And
But
how many
I'm
of those
pumped
things
about
are Community Day things, and that's the big issue with like how it lines up, where you're not going to be able to do both unless you do an elite.
probably a couple of them, but I mean, I would spend the elite TM if it was really something that I felt was going to be super important. I mean, I guess that we're kind of at the mercy of Niantic on that.
What do you think, Speedy, in terms of the dynamic of the shadow frustration TMs and when they time things like Community Days and the like, and making it relatively inaccessible to use shadow mons that are not fast move damage based?
I don't know if you've ever seen the meme where it's like Niantic picking dates for events and it's like a dartboard. But yeah, it's like it's literally just them throwing it at dartboard. They're like, "Hey, event December 18th. Okay, what do we got? Oh yeah, okay. So we got this rocket event. Okay, okay. When are we gonna do that Community Day weekend thing? You know, where we say that we don't want to give the 2018 moves because we want you to buy more elite TMs. Okay, let's throw a dirt at that board. okay, December 12th. Okay, so that's what we'll do. And so they just threw out a dartboard and they didn't even consider that as an option. And I think that's part of the poor communication that Niantic has done in the past, personally, because I know a lot of people are very adamant about using shadows in PvP. I personally really don't think I have any. Okay, I did use Shadow Bullpix for Little Cup. Um, but other than that, I don't really think I have used many shadows. So I don't have a strong opinion about it. I just think it's very poor planning, like they've had with other things. Would be really, really nice if they throw that you can TM off frustration community day weekend. Just to give it so that we can get the moves on mons that we want. I mean, I'm literally sitting here, I'm refusing to transfer charge TMs because I was waiting for this event because I have
exactly.
some very, like, I think I have a level 51 Great League Machamp. I'm slowly falling. It's 2:30 here, so I might have to peace out here soon.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Depending on it, yes. But I think it was very much a throw at a dartboard on the events because I mean, I think the time frame is the same that they've done for all the community days because I think they did it like the second weekend, second full weekend last year, and then the year before, I believe it was about the same time frame as well. So I think it's that like second weekend that they like doing it. It's just Niantic really hasn't super thought about stuff. So but we can't control Niantic. I think a lot of things are in Niantic's hands, and they have to. Because I don't know if I've discussed this with you, but you know, they had Ninja and some other really huge streamers playing their game, and if they don't take advantage of what that could potentially become, you know, later on, then they're absolutely blind. So absolutely blind that they've let Mystic7 do a battling event, even though he's legit said on stream he hates battling. So yeah, so it's Niantic is very particular on how they choose things, and they really don't have a thought process, it seems like. And I know they had opened up the position for something and they wanted like a battler in it, and I know Math applied for it and was rejected, but I think whoever that person eventually ended up being, there were a lot of strong candidates in the batter community, and if we could just, you know, get one of our own in there and be like, you need to fix your crap and we need to do something so that we can show the 30,000 people that Ninja streams to that this is a damn good game and doesn't have flaws. But we're very far from that because they're not taking advantage of this time, and Ninja will move on to the next game. So, you know, because I don't ever see a full Pokemon Go stream. It's Valorant with Pokemon Go in between on the matches.
So what I think about that is that obviously, like most of us, I'm pretty sure that Tyler has a soft spot for Pokemon. Like probably he definitely played it as a kid. I'm pretty sure he's talked about that. And like for him, Pokemon Go is just like, you know, like he does the PvP thing because like he likes battling kind of like the same way that main series people do. It's like kind of like a thing you do with Pokemon. They don't just sit in collections. Um, and I feel like that'll always be like a special thing for him. It's like just doing your battles while in queue time and like talking chat about it. And there's people in his chat that play. I'm pretty sure I've seen. So like as long as there's that, I feel like he'll keep going. Um, but it definitely would be nice to have someone from our Twitch community or some like one representative. I don't know who it would be, but one representative from this group that could like be an insider for Niantic. Or like be like someone on the front lines that can not just say like all the bad things, but like say some good things too. Like we've really appreciated all these changes that you've made and all that. And like someone, it would need to be someone that is um, very good at like giving constructive feedback and also like giving credit where credit's due. And I don't know if we have
Kim.
right. Kim could be that.
Mhm.
Kim could definitely be that. Um, yeah, that could be a good idea. I don't know.
I
I don't know.
nominate her.
Yeah, I don't know if she's opposed to that, but um, yeah, it could be a good idea. But like, I also don't want to like push it on someone else. Um, I don't want to have anyone have that sort of responsibility. But that's definitely a good choice. We just need to have someone that is of the same mindset that is also connected to Niantic because I mean you've seen like Funshine, she now works at Twitch and stuff. I don't know what exactly is going on there, but I'm sure there's like something happening with we just don't know it yet with the Pokemon Go community and Twitch. Maybe there's something happening. So
I mean,
I don't know. I'm
I
sure there's
know
something.
I commented on this a little bit, but it's very because I started recently looking at the numbers and stuff like that, and we're so spoiled in this community. It's
Yeah.
insane. Because I think like I have like an average of like or had I should say had because I haven't streamed in a week. But like it was like 30 viewers probably, and then like with raids it was like 50 or something like that, which is insane. And
Mhm.
people would kill for that average views, and that puts me in a very high percentage of Twitch, which I'm sitting here like completely blew my mind. I was like, oh, I thought I was like a scrub, you know,
Yeah,
but
no, this
I,
community is good. Yeah.
yeah,
It's good to us. And a lot of people like when I turn on stream, what I do is I don't even expect anyone. I just want to play my game and have it on there so people can watch it if they want to. But and that's what a lot of people do when they stream, right? They'll just like turn on their game because they're playing it anyways. And like people that don't take it seriously, you know, they'll turn on the stream and they'll play the game,
yeah,
you know, and they don't get many views. Like I watch some of my friends and I'm there supporting them. And that's like the outlet that I can support them through is Twitch because they're streaming their games. Like I don't really like pay attention to the view count at all, but it's not anywhere near the Pokemon Go view count. And that has something to do definitely with um, COVID and GBL. But I think as people are starting to, I think Alyssa brought up a good point. As people are or it was one of you guys, maybe it was both of you guys. We probably share the
there's
same.
also chat too. I know
Um,
chat discuss it.
right. Um, but uh, as people are slowly starting to like not put a huge emphasis on GBL or like they're doing their sets, but they're mainly we've seen this content for how long now on Twitch, and so like people are just like kind of like not really paying attention to it, and so as people are doing that, they're starting to watch, you know, like Zeus and other people, which is awesome because that's like where it started for Pokemon Go Twitch. It's like the grind streamers. And I really like that. That was fun because you could like that's like the same method. That's like what I was saying is where those people are like streaming because they're playing the game anyways and they're having fun and they want someone to talk to. So it's like the best of both worlds. You could stream something, show you can grind and have this huge like grind session, go catch all these Pokemon, and then also have people to talk to on the way. So yeah, it's I feel like that's what Pokemon Go Twitch should be, but uh, it's a lot of just
There's a
like
lot of different sides too. Like I think I popped into the 6-7 stream and he was so excited about hitting 100 mil XP. I'm like sitting here I'm like I have almost double that, and I don't do this for a living. I was like, oh god.
well, I
But
mean,
yeah, I
there's
think
varying degrees of it. Yeah,
yeah, there's varying degrees of why people play. Like he plays. If I had to take a bet, a lot of that XP is from like raids and stuff, and he probably does have more raids than I do. But you're only seeing like the highlights of whenever he went out. You're not seeing like the behind the scenes stuff.
I
Um,
think that's what a lot of people like to see though, and that's why I wish it was broadcasted more on Twitch because people want to see the grind. Like I feel like that's
I'm
not a
getting a new. Okay, I know this
it's
might be a
not
little exciting,
yeah.
but I am getting a new phone, and
Nice.
hopefully I want to do some grinding streams. Depending because I've like I've set up my computer. We have the computer now set up, and now it's just like okay, we're gonna upgrade the phone.
Yeah, I
Um,
need to get it. I've talked about this with Jiggly, but I would love to do like late night UCR grind streams. I think that would be so much fun because then, like, especially if I could have like a camera, people could see when, when I walk
I'm
around.
literally I discussed with a friend. I was like, what because we have a curfew in Ohio, so I was like, okay, so I'm done after 8, but it was like I want to go out and celebrate, but it's like we only would only have from like 8 to 10, and the one thing that we can agree upon is going out and hunting Pokemon, like the crazy insane person people that we are. Um, but yeah, it's definitely very, very different. I think it's just going to be a matter of what more people are interested. And I know a lot of people have said that potentially with the new level 50, that a lot would shift over to that because there's so many different sides to this game. There's no one wrong, like really no one correct way to play it. Like the person, like I know people who have insane amount of catches. Like the one person that had the insane amount of gold gems. Mummy and I challenged before the level 40 things were fully released. We challenged each other to see who could get to 100,000 berries fed on gems.
Oh my
Um, I'm
gosh.
ahead of him, so I do have that, but it's clipped on stream too. I even have the link. I've safeguarded the link. But yeah, so it's going to just be a matter of what people enjoy. And I know this was discussed. You said that like GBL and COVID have probably affected the Twitch numbers, which they definitely have. Um, but I think with this new level 50, it's more a matter of, you know, like I would be out grinding like with my friends probably. Um, like the people in my area and stuff like that, but there's also so many different um communities and stuff like that. It's you would just turn on a stream and like people can join you from anywhere rather than having to be like, okay, we're gonna meet up at this place at this time and we're gonna walk this very specific loop because I'm particular about my loops and things like that. So
Yeah, so yeah, that I just think the the streams like the outside streams are definitely something that people enjoy because you have some people that are even locked down still, like particular areas of like even California, like we're about to be on lockdown, so I wouldn't be able to do this realistically right now. But um yeah, people would love, I'm sure, to watch the grind still. So um and I feel like it should be encouraged to stream as well for other people. So people like watching it. So yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Jiggly.
Oh, one of these days I'll get my new phone. It didn't happen over Black Friday, and I'm just I'm crying looking at all the prices now. So I'm just still waiting.
Yeah, phones are scary. That is going to be a gift from my family, entire family. It's like, oh, here's this money, go get a phone. Like,
yeah, I'd feel
traumatic.
better about it if I hadn't just had to buy a new furnace. But yeah, it's
Oh,
kinda,
yeah. Trust me. How do you think I feel that with moving?
yeah, I've done that recently too. Well, recently enough.
Yeah.
So with regard to the rocket event itself, what do you guys think of the information that we have? I'm thinking that Ethan is going to have to be the resource to tell us some of the potential shadow mons they might give Jesse and James, which have not been put in yet. Do you think it's going to be a rotation of something we've already seen or something completely new? In the past, they had Ekans and Wheezing, and those were new to rocket stops at the time. So I'm glad that they're saying that there's new ones coming, because I always enjoy there being some more diversity to the stuff that we get. It gets a little bit stale after a while, but got any speculation as to what those might be?
Something that could be cool. I know that Jesse in one of the animes had a Lickitung.
Hey.
So with Shadow Lickitung.
Oh God. Could you imagine the resources for that? A Shadow.
Yeah, that XL Shadow.
Oh Lord.
Oh goodness.
Oh.
But it would be so cool. But yeah, that's definitely a Pokemon to look out for. In terms of James, I mean, Cacnea is like iconic for James, I feel like, because he was always like, Cacnea was always like, I don't know, messing with James, like in the anime.
Am I right that Cacnea was either in the game briefly or in the data at some point, that maybe it got released and then they stopped seeding it out there? That maybe that could have been something where they were trying to maintain the scarcity. I thought maybe it was already a thing. I could
maybe. Maybe. Is it already a thing? I think it's in the game code, but maybe it's. I don't think it's
Shadow Cacturn is listed on PV Poke, so I think it was at least briefly a thing.
Interesting. So people have those?
I mean, it's very poorly ranked currently, but I just, apparently it's a thing.
I didn't know that. Okay, but Shadow Lickitung could be cool. For James, like, I'm trying to think of other Pokemon.
I went ahead and looked up a list of their favorite Pokemon.
Okay. And which ones would you like to see either debut or move into Shadows, where presumably they could have a shiny? Shiny Shadow Meowth and Shiny Shadow Wobbuffet, Boomer says. That's definitely solid speculation.
Oh yeah, Wobbuffet.
Although wait, now Shiny Meowth, of course, was not with
that was though.
Giovanni, but
or that was Cliff or something. Yeah.
Obviously, we have seen Meowth, but I wonder.
Man,
Wobbuffet seems solid though.
James. Trying to find so you have the list?
Yep. For James, listed as Growlithe, Carnivine, Meowth, Weezing, Victreebel, Cacnea, Chimecho, however you say that, Mime Jr., Yamask, Among Us.
Oh, Mime Jr.
I don't think we're getting Mime Jr.
We're not
as much
get
as
that.
I would like that.
We're not. That would be crazy. Yeah, that would be cool. But maybe a Mungus, actually, or Fungus.
Yeah, that kind of seems like in the range of the power level of the things that they gave us before. Like nobody was breaking metas with Shadow Ekans and
No,
or Shadow Arbok and Shadow Weezing.
no. But I mean, I didn't even know Cacnea was the thing. Is that like new? I don't remember.
I think it was one of those things that just wasn't in stops for very long. It was one you could get from grass stops, and that they
Dang.
just took it out quickly. Maybe somebody had the bright idea that they should save it and they turned off the switch. Maybe they released it accidentally. I don't know.
Dang.
I could look and see if I caught any at any point, but I don't know. I guess you could see that in your decks.
Yeah.
I think at the time it just struck me as something unusual, but I would welcome it. Especially if it was shiny, but we don't even have a shiny. Do they normally the things that they have released, not normally, there's only the only precedent we have is Arbok and Weezing, or Ekans and Weezing, and those were already shiny, so I think the Wobbuffet definitely falls into the mold of something that's already shiny but isn't shiny Shadow yet.
Yeah.
The Meowth would surprise me a little bit, just because it's been heavily used, but it's also been something where we've gotten so many Meowth events, it's ridiculous, honestly.
I don't want Meowth anymore. The Pikachu events are fine though. The Pikachu spotlights, keep them coming. But Meowth,
No.
No Pikachu.
We're good on Pikachu.
No, we need Pikachu with a new hat.
There's just like only so many I can keep.
Oh,
we need to see
so
Pikachu. We need to see Pikachu with a Victory Bell costume, a Shadow Victory Bell costume.
With hats, guys. We had the Barty hat Eevee. We had the Flower Crown Eevee. Let's get some more Eevees with hats. I could get behind that.
We could get a Grassful Eevee.
No, Science. I will find you. I will drive to California and find you and pick you up with a hat.
I think that would be really comical if they put a cowboy on an Eevee.
What would actually fit Eevee other than a flower crown, though? I think
Cowboy
Eevee
hat.
is. Oh no! But
I'm like, I have gifs of Eevees, and I'm trying to think because Flower Crown was in the game. It's got a party hat. You can't evolve the damn party hat, but I got a shiny one of those because I got traded one.
I don't want to meme on Eevee. That memeing on Pikachu is all right with me, but memeing on Eevee not okay.
Can we have like a Grasshole Pikachu? Is that fine? Like, can I have my Shadow Vic costume?
Grasshole is unacceptable.
Pikachu?
Don't say
I would
this.
love to
Don't
put
say
that in.
this, Ethan. Okay, wait.
Completely out
so
myself.
It looks like there's like a little sailor hat, Eevee, or something
that's
like
okay.
that.
I would be on board for that. That's
Here,
okay.
like I will send it in case.
But only if it's evolvable. You have to be able to make a sailor hat Vaporeon. You have to.
Okay. But I will send a picture in the chat, but I also sent another message. But if just in case.
What about
that looks like something that is let's go.
What about hairstyles though? Like they do all these hats and stuff, but why can't we get like a hairstyle Pikachu or hairstyle Eevee? You know, that could be cool.
Oh well, okay. Horrible ideas 101. Let's not encourage this.
That would be a good idea.
I do like the hat that Speedy posted. That one's at least on brand cute for Eevee, but let's.
And it's actually a let's go thing because I searched Eevee hat, and that came up like multiple times. So that is an actual legit Eevee hat.
Okay, I can sign off on that.
We need bow ties for Pokemon. Can we have that?
Stop this madness, Ethan. You're only encouraging the madness.
So we did Ethan from Bellsprouts, right? That's how this goes.
If Shadow Ethan ever takes over too much, he'll be banned. Yes.
Dang it.
Confirmed.
Oh no, there is this Pikachu with a hairstyle.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like the hairstyle Pikachus are the way.
It's impossible to keep you guys on the rails.
Yeah,
What if I dangle a shiny Celebi in front of you and ask you whether you think
Hey,
that
we get a guaranteed one from this Rocket event.
does
so
that
let's
tie in thematically with you to the Team Rocket event? To me, it's kind of out of place, and it feels
I
like
don't care. It's a shiny. It's a shiny. This is hopefully shiny for shiny Mew. Is my hopes for this.
Yeah, hopefully it's like it's the beginning of many mythical shiny events. That would be cool. But usually, like how GameStop does it for like the games is they'll like offer an event for like a certain period, and then you can do the X amount of like whatever. You just go to your honestly, you just go to your GameStop and get the Pokemon. But I guess for Pokemon, if they were to do that, it would be like an event thing, and it would like rotate through. That would be kind of cool. If they were to just offer free shinies for like legendaries and mythicals every so often.
what do you think the rate's gonna be for the shiny?
I thought it was guaranteed.
mythicals?
I thought it.
No,
Is
I mean the rate in terms of now that they've given us this sighting of guaranteed shiny Celebi. What do you think that the time frame will be that they decide they're going to release the next one? Are they going to spread them out, or are they going to just start opening the floodgates because they're lacking new content on that level and everybody wants another Mew and all that?
I think they'll spread it out a little bit just to try and like because they're already giving us so much right now. It honestly does feel a little bit overwhelming. So I will be really surprised if they give it to us within the next couple of months. I would personally prefer it to be later, just because I feel like a lot of people are going to be working on level 50. It's going to be a little bit, there's going to be that. There's obviously a GBL if you're into that, and there's going to be working on platinum badges as well. I know a lot of us, I don't think we've thoroughly discussed that, but that can be new goals for people. In hitting certain milestones on those goals, like I said, with the 100k berries that Mummy and I bet before the level 40 requirements were released, or level 40 to 50 requirements were released. So,
right, yeah, I definitely am all about the goals. The question of how many there should be in game versus how many people should set for themselves out of game is definitely an interesting line. I think that when Niantic gives us too many things at one time, it's an issue, and when Niantic doesn't give us anything new at all, it's an issue. I think maybe trickling things out is best, but I understand why they had to kind of do the platinum thing all at once. With regard to the community day, it's a little bit much to get into all of it, except to say that obviously it's the 2019 and 2021s that are going to have their spawns, that are going to have their moves. What do you guys think of the way they have handled it? And I guess the most relevant thing to me is that they did say that the box is going to have both a fast and a charge TM, and apparently at the moment there's only one. What do you guys think of that development in terms of two for the price of what we used to get one? Is that the new price of Elite TMs, or is this only going to be the one time a year?
I'm so proud of them. So proud, because they could have taken this opportunity to do 2 different boxes with one of each TM, and they did not do that, which is so off-brand for them lately to not just money grab. So kudos to you, Niantic. I will actually buy that box for once because it seems like a good deal compared to what they usually are.
It seems like such a good deal that they should do this every single time.
That would be nice.
How much if they did 2 charge? I feel like that would be better because there's more legacy charge moves than fast.
Right.
That's personal preference.
It would be better if it were in terms of value, for sure. I just don't know. I think that they're kind of, it's good that they're not doing a cash grab for 2. That's definitely better than where they're at. But I think that it's somewhere in between to me. I feel like
maybe if they give us a discount on it so that it's like less of a money grab and actually seems like genuine trying to give it to us.
Yeah, I mean, I still would really appreciate the possibility of it being more of a special research or whatever kind of thing, where it's like you actually have
Well,
to.
maybe the Celebi.
Well, right, the Celebi is, but I'm saying in terms of like things like Elite TMs, like they're really holding that over as like a bonus item. So the question is this actually a reduction in price for Elite TMs? Is it the fact that they recognize that the fast TMs don't hold nearly as much appeal, and so they're just kind of like, this is going to be the throw in, and maybe they will switch to doing it every month, like Ethan says. I mean, at some point they will have to flip the switch and say they're more common. They can't really do it once and then bring it back. I don't think. I feel like once they lower the price, the appeal of them kind of goes down, especially the fast. Yeah, they did one Elite TM with the latest Giovanni, and how long has that been?
That's what I was hinting to, and
right.
horribly interrupting, but my filter has gone out the window.
No, you're good. Yeah, but to me, it's kind of a linear thing with all the Pokemon stuff. Like, there are certainly times where something is available sporadically and then they take it back, but the things that are truly rare stay rare, like for quite a while. So like you don't see huge increases in like unknown spawns throughout the universe in terms of all the different letters. You just see like specific letters at each event. You don't see the same treatment of an Archon or a Tortuga as you do with things that are more like meta relevant kind of things. And so I think that they always are willing to give you things that don't actually have a competitive advantage. But when it comes to the Elite TM stuff, it's like once they cut the price, they're essentially going to be saying this is actually what it's worth, and the next time we try and give you less for that amount, we're going to know how you feel about that. Anybody think that that's wrong? You're free to think it's wrong. I just don't think Niantic offering it like this. I don't think that they can go back the next month and just say, here, you can only have a fast TM and charge us the old amount, because I think they know what we value.
I think that's correct. I think that this is like the new standard, and they should continue to do this because otherwise they're gonna hear from it.
Abanaz
They're
says
gonna
they can and
hear
they
about
will.
it. But they can and they will, but they're gonna hear about it, and they'll probably take that feedback into consideration, because it's like I would compare Niantic, right. Okay, well, I would compare Niantic to like a teacher, right? They don't want to see you fail, but they also, or maybe that's a bad comparison.
I was going to say you and Speedy both make Niantic much more benevolent than I do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay.
I'm like sitting here like they have to listen to us, but I also sit here have been complaining about a giftable feature since like April when Friendship came out.
They're a company. They're a company. So they'll look at things like what Boomer's saying, where it's like prices or like the sales in general aren't going up per se on these boxes. They're probably going down. And maybe they're
people were buying what they like. I've never used an Elite TM, and so I have 6 in my bag. And I feel like there's probably other people out there like me. So it's, we all have our Stone Edge Blazekins. We all have our Hydro Cannon Swamperts that we wanted to make that we accidentally evolved, or Frenzy Plant Venusaurs or something. So I think they're just becoming less and less in value, especially for people who have played the game since the beginning and have grinded extremely hard on those redo community weekends, which the one I'm really upset about is Charizard, because I didn't have a good one last community day weekend, and Meganium. I think that was 20 18, unfortunately. So I'll probably have to eventually elite TM those. But yeah,
So which ones are you actually trying to make sure you get this time around?
The Rhyperiors, because I was at a Rose Cup that day, so I really didn't focus on evolving them. So I want to get a couple of higher level ones evolved. And then there was, I think there's like an infograph out that I was gonna probably look at when I was cleaning out my bag, and Jiggly will have to go to therapy for that bag clean out.
Confirmed.
Yeah, we'll have to go to therapy. If I can find it, but I know that was one. Gengar, I know I have plenty of. Most of the other ones I'm pretty decent on, but that was one. A lot of people came up in lucky trades, and I'm like, I don't have them. I made the ones for myself, and didn't think about evolving extras just because I was so focused on preparing for that tournament and being at that tournament on time because it started right after community day, or was supposed to start.
I also do not have a good Rock Wrecker Rhyperior. I should just invest the Elite TM in the one I have, but I refuse to invest Elite TMs in things that are not like purely PvP related.
2019. No, I have a hundo that I've evolved, so I'm pretty decent on it, and I think I have that one maxed out. But that was just one off the top of my head that I know a lot of people were asking me for lucky trades. I'm like, oh, I don't have this. I'm sorry. Okay. So the 2021, and it says good for PvP. Blaziken, Swampert, Empoleon. Empoleon, my rank 7 got robbed from me because of Niantic Air. So I think I have a better Empoleon that I would like to make. Charizard, but I want that with Blast Burn, so I'll have to suck it up and Elite TM it. Beedrill, I think I have a good Beedrill, and Gyarados, Gengar, Rhyperior. Rhyperior is just one that I think I want to have in general. But yeah, that's personally what I'm looking at. I don't know.
Any holes you're looking to fill, Alyssa, that you didn't get? I know that I remember the main one I remember is I think it was Charizard Day that you had a wedding related event that you had to deal with. So I'm guessing you didn't do as well on that as you wanted to.
Oh, I still did good. I still played for a few hours and I got everything I needed, but that wedding delivery did set me back a little bit. But I've played all of these community days. The only things community day wise I would have liked to have made up were some 2018 things. So, I mean, this one is going to kind of be just like a grind weekend for me and some shiny hunting. And I'm not going to be too worried about the evolving. I do have some Electabuzz I need to evolve because I only did a couple. So I guess I should evolve some of those. But no, just going to be a grind weekend, I think.
Abhinav in chat will be the first to tell you that I need to make more Blaziken because I don't even have a Great League Blast Burn Blaziken anymore because I was convinced it was pointless. And
oh no.
I know, right? And and I also need to definitely build more Rhyperior, and Abhinav also has opinions on the community day purposes of the Electabuzz Magmortar combo that Ethan does not share. Ethan, what holes are you needing or wanting to fill from all of this, or are you set on all of it?
I'm not set on all of it. I was saying earlier that I missed out on I still do not have a Hundo Swampert even after playing the community day and doing GB help.
Oh, that's
so
right.
I'm gonna be grinding the heck out of all the mud kips, all the kippers. I'm gonna catch all of them. So hopefully I can find a good one.
but that is definitely one I'm gonna be grinding for. I actually on community day, this is this is a fun story. On community day, it's very short. Um, I was like at like the bell tower, which is like the center of the campus, and someone puts in our Discord that someone reports that there's a hundo at the UV at the UV University Village, which is like approximately 2 miles or 3 miles away from the center of the campus. And you would not believe what I did when I saw that ping. I literally, when I saw the ping, because it was like after like a minute after it was posted, I dropped everything and I ran. I ran for 3 miles. And I was like shouting at people as I was running. I was like, "There's a hundo mudkip over there!" And I was running for it, and when I got there, it despawned.
I promise
And I
I'm
was
not
like,
trolling you by showing my screen on stream, and that wasn't that one of the hundos that I also transferred over to home just because I had too many of them. I think I might have triggered you.
"Oh, you have too many of them? Oh, that's awesome. Wait, how many do you
I
have?
evolved my hundo before community day. If that makes you feel better.
Oh wow, you have so many. That's
I
cool. Yeah.
I think that we in the Midwest get our rainy weather probably
A
not,
lot.
yeah, plenty
I have
on
so
those.
many 98s. I'm not gonna lie. I think I evolved like 5 98s, and I was with a friend, and I literally just handed him the phone because he had to get back home. So I was like, "Here, take the phone. I will take you to your car. Just trade mudkips," and then I got a lucky 98. So
Yeah. Yeah. So I mainly just want the hundo for whenever they decide to put megas in GBL. Um, because whenever they do that, like when we have a surplus of energy or whatever, Mega Swampert's just gonna absolutely tear up the place. That's plain and simple. Um, but yeah, yeah. So that's the main reason I would like a hundo. Um, Mega Mewtwo will literally tear up everything too. But that's I feel like in Premiere it'll be really good. The Swampy. But uh yeah, it's gonna be gross and open. I'm not gonna play open ever.
You say ever. I don't know if I believe
Ever.
you.
Really? Uh, well, the day I get a Hundo Meltan is the day I'll consider playing open. So there you go. Yeah. So I will enjoy my holiday cup as I'm sure Alyssa will as well. So yeah, that'll be fun times. You guys can enjoy the log queues and open masters if you want it.
no, I'm gonna be doing Halloween Cup. It's great. Like I
Or
said,
yeah.
I was climbing great. So if that's the option, I will probably be picking it because only reason I made 10 season 4 was Halloween Cup because I climbed like 200 points in 5 days for that, or 3 days, 4 days, or something. Like
Yeah.
my most reliable climbing is in a Great League format. So
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, if there's a Great League option, I feel like most people are playing it because of the sheer amount of resources that it takes to get good at Masters. And continually be on top of Masters too. So, yeah. The Holiday Cup is just so much more fun anyways. Yeah.
The last thing that I think is particularly relevant to the PvP world from the community day stuff is that they did bury in the list that exclusive attacks featured in 2018 will be available in the future, and basically they tell you to stay tuned for when that might happen. Anybody have any speculation on what they would do to re-release 2018 moves? Do you think that they mean something more than just the elite TMs we already have, or what do you think that means?
I don't think they mean the elite TMs. I think it's going to be a different event of some kind.
wonder what they would call it. And I mean, that would be the ultimate sucker punch if
Retro
after.
event,
What's that?
maybe a retro event.
Could
Just
be.
be like, yeah, calling like throwback to old days or something, and maybe only have like Gen 1 spawning or something, or only have Gen 2 spawning. And that's how they could introduce having very specific generation spawning, so that it's not as big as a pool as it is currently on Pokemon spawning. But they could have a retro event and make it so like day 1 and 2 Gen 1 or something. And that's how they could cover that.
Yeah, and Abanev, of course, mentions one of the other possibilities that they've let the whatchamacallit, the clone ones into the world, but I think that those were specifically based on movies, so I don't think they could probably pull that off with all of the mons necessarily.
I mean, what they could possibly do, and I thought they should have done this from like the really beginning, is release the mega raids again, like the ones that they've like outed. They release them again with the special moves, like Pidgeot with Gust, you know, Blastoise with Hydro Cannon in raids. So that way, at least like it's not as much of a paywall as an Elite TM, because if you're just trying to get like one good Blastoise, then all you have to spend is like $1 or nothing if you're just using a free pass. So
my like rank 4 Chikorita that I've caught after Community Day that I've been holding on for like a very long time is crying right now. I PvP wise, I would hate it to have to be from raids, but I think that's probably one of the smarter ways they could do it, rather than locking it behind a Elite TM wall.
Well, the cool thing about the like what they've said about these community day booths is that they're gonna have like special days in 2021 where they're gonna bring back the moves where you can TM it. So like
I'm not touching anything. Nothing's getting evolved until I hear what those are. Just in case if it is an evolving thing.
exactly. I already evolved my my Umbreon, of course, and TM'd it because I want to try to get like as soon as I finish all my school stuff, I'm gonna go grind the heck out of Eevee candy because I know that you guys told me not to spend on it, but I've already caved, and I want to use I want to use Umbreon in Ultra League, so I want to do it.
So we're gonna see a stream with Umbreon, correct, for Ultra?
I would love to do that. Yeah, I would actually be down to show off Umbreon in Ultra League.
We got Ethan. Ethan streams coming back.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Christmas break, I've actually like secretly been upgrading my stream setup. Yeah. So, hopefully, all of the things will come in by then. But yeah, I plan on being back when I'm out. So, because I'm not gonna be working or anything. So, gonna be good times. But yeah, yeah. I think that what were we talking about?
We're talking about Community Day.
Oh yeah,
I
the
know.
community day.
I'm getting so tired.
And
I'm
we were-
actually really shocked I was able to remember that.
We were talking about the possibilities of how else they could re-release the moves for the ones they opted not to release.
That's right.
Of course, Abanev going wild in chat saying all these things are no
wow.
good. I mean, so I think that there are certain things that are true about the mentality that
Abanev,
that you should
leave flamethrower electivire alone.
That you should be able to put moves on mons, but I feel like if they re-release moves with things people can trade, I don't honestly see the problem with that. Like I see, like when they first came out with Elite TMs, to me the reason
Stone
why
Edge Blaziken. How many people do you think actually had a Stone Edge Blaziken?
Right, but that one wasn't Community Day though, so that one's not even covered. Like I don't think they're even gonna do it. But
they did it with like Mudshot Polygraph and things like that. So it's potential.
Right. No, they could bring
get
it back.
away
I'm
with
just
that.
saying in terms of like a re-release for Community Day moves, like basically your Gen 1 starters and Dragonite and all those things. I think it's acceptable that Niantic has different levels of rarity for like, you know, moves versus IVs, whatever. Like I know nobody who raids or who PvPs wants raid IVs on stuff, but it's like if they're going with the model they have right now with exclusive moves and they're I can't see any system under which they eliminate the Community Day move idea entirely, and as long as they stick with that it has to mean something, and so I don't really have a problem with them controlling it in this way. And even though we all know what we want more, like we all try to talk about you're the one who says that IVs don't matter. I'm somebody who thinks they do matter, but I also think that they that it's okay to play with ones that are less than ideal as well. And I don't think it should be like a given that everybody gets to have the perfect IVs of everything, and that goes hand in hand with the stuff that, you know, we've talked about with scanners and whatever, Abhinav, that like I mean I'm not down with the scanners, even though I know a lot of people are. And so it's like there are reasons to reward people for playing different ways, and the fact that they aren't rewarding people who are holding on to everything in that regard, it's definitely frustrating for anybody who's done it, but it's also not like completely unjustifiable in my mind. But Abhinav says IVs 100% matter as Soulful teach you. Yeah, I know but
Moves are more important than IVs.
Right, moves
That's
more important
what I
than
would
IVs,
say.
and when we're talking about like where the IVs like seriously matter in terms of like being where like people should feel legitimately bad if they just cannot get the right one, it's specifically on stuff like Master League kind of best buddy bullshit anyway. And so
Yep.
it's like on that stuff, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about that kind of stuff. I don't think there's a single thing on the list that would see any play in Open Master League right now. I mean, somebody would run a Dragonite just because, but Draco Meteor is not required. And so I don't see that as compelling on any level. I mean, Mon's greater than moves, greater than IVs, greater than break. Right. All those things I can generally agree with, but it doesn't mean that every PvP player should get a perfect PvP IV version of everything. And as soon as you go down that line, I think that you have to, you know, just acknowledge that there are different reasons why that should be. And so, I don't know. 'Tis what it is.
Yeah. We could get into another wormhole, which is slowly starting to realize this is what happens on the stream. So we get into wormholes.
Yeah,
and
it's wormholes. It's wormholes for sure.
It's also hamster wheels. They're hamster. Yeah.
Of GDL, yeah, for
Yeah.
Ethan. Poor Ethan's trapped on the hamster wheel.
That's okay. Everyone should have a hamster wheel, I think. They're really useful.
Luckily,
no,
I think
ahead.
even though this was quite a crazy and eventful week in the Pokemon Go world, like I think most of the stuff falls into those categories. I guess we didn't really touch on seasons outside of the nest thing, but I don't think we know enough. We've touched like tangentially on everything. Where's Froakie? Blah blah blah, but I don't think that there's really much going on in the world of like data mining or anything like that. I mean, we got our Abomasnows. Things are just not super PvP relevant beyond the stuff we've already discussed. So unless you guys can think of anything, and we did have Nightfall. We had Nightfall start, and I tried to do one on the second day, and you know, I would say that the overall reviews on Nightfall seem to be slightly. If we were talking Rotten Tomatoes, it's probably not I don't even know what Rotten Tomatoes ratings are. Are they four Rotten Tomatoes? How many Rotten Tomatoes can you give?
9 out of 10 Rotten Tomatoes. No,
No,
I'm kidding. No,
I don't know what it is.
it's
I've
like
seen some negative feedback on it.
it's like 100 to 0 to 100, right? It's Rotten
Yeah, I
Tomatoes.
think so.
Yeah, I think so.
So 30. It's like a four. It's like a actually I'd say it's
I
like
saw
a
some
56.
people, yeah, comparing it to like Forest and Ferocious. So as we had the beautiful image from Soph that it's like, thank you for all the fun, not you, at Ferocious. That's some best I think that's up there on my favorite thing I've seen from Soph Arena.
Yes, that was quite. It's nice to see that they can acknowledge that. I mean, they've acknowledged it in the past, but in a comical way, that they could acknowledge that it wasn't anyone's favorite. And there's always going to be one that's not the most favorite. Whether this one ranks up there, I don't know.
I'm kind of enjoying it, but I haven't
I
done any
know.
tournaments, so
Well,
I haven't done.
people said they hate Rose, and I absolutely love Rose. So it's personal opinions and playstyle. So everyone's different.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are an awful lot of shadows that are prevalent, and there's also the Frostlass and Metacham issues. Like Frostlass being so centralizing, and Metacham being something where people haven't had the
Shadow
opportunity to build
Relievers,
that.
I feel like, is probably up there on the list of complaints.
Right.
So, yeah.
What would be unless anybody else has any other topics, what would everyone's preference be for Sylph moving forward in terms of whether they allow shadows, or maybe even Shadow Razor Leafer specifically, in cups, and whether it would be healthy and good just to leave them off the table, because so often they just kind of step in and smush things.
My opinion, I hate Shadow Razor Leavers, is just considering that the pure damage output from a fast move can almost continually take out a single mon that is like resisted it, like, or quadruple resisted or something. I think the Lulamuck example came up in a discussion I've had with people. It's completely, absolutely disgusting to me. And just, I mean, yeah, you go down 2 shields, but you're still having a pretty decently healthy victory build to fast move down. And I think if the variants of moves that rely mostly on fast move damage pressure with Shadow is where it turns disgusting. And so, like, because like Shadow Hypno could be pretty decently dealt with. But like things where it's purely fast move damage, even though, yeah, Confusion's a little bit hard hitting of a move, it's not as bad as I would compare it to Razor Leafers, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think one of the questions is that when people would build shadows to play with before, they would be frustrated if they didn't have the chance to use them for something, and they wasted all those resources on them. But I feel to some extent there's a line drawn where it's like Niantic's going to let you use whatever they give you for the most part, because that's the whole point, is they want to give you fancy expensive things to make so that you can play with them. And that obviously Sylph is going to draw some lines. What would you think, Ethan, in terms of not being able to use shadows of various kinds in Sylph as just kind of a more long-standing and broad rule?
I would honestly quite like that, because the shadows, all they really do is like offer a different way to play the game. They're not like, it's not like ever there isn't ever a case where a shadow is necessary to fulfill like a certain role on a team, like unless you're talking about like a blind format. Um they're usually just more of like a kind of like an extra opportunity to get more damage in with this particular mon that maybe does a lot of damage already, like Shadow Glade. But if it was just regular Glade in Nightfall, I feel like the meta would kind of be a little bit more I don't know, it would be more even, maybe. And just shadows in general, like they're honestly, I feel this is a hot take, but I kind of feel like shadows are overrated because because of the bulk that they lack. Um, that can come in that can really bite them in the butt because they won't have enough HP to take down something, but they can do a lot of damage quickly, and so you'll end up losing switch or something like that because of that. um, which isn't what you want, but you got damage it, I guess. So, like, there's certain scenarios where obviously shadows can be helpful, but and can be like really powerful too. But I feel like for sylph purposes, where it's supposed to be like kind of a way to try new things in a not very expensive format. Like they're trying to like restrict things so you don't have to spend a whole bunch. You will initially, but not after a while. You just kind of have to like put a little bit of dust in like a new pick that you want to try that maybe isn't shadow. Like the shadows, all they do is just kind of make the other picks kind of irrelevant because of their damage. So I feel like it wouldn't be a bad idea to just kind of get rid of the shadows. Like I know like Shagnus, it really enjoys the shadows because of that playstyle, like because they offer like such a different type of playstyle, and she probably has so many shadows for Great League. But um I feel like it wouldn't be bad to just restrict them or make it so it's like you can only have one shadow on your team at least, like only one at the very most, um, just to kind of keep people from spending too much. Um, it could be good. But I know like some people, like Butters has the ideology that like the shadows, it's a different play style, and that there really like is no difference between or there is a difference and they serve a purpose, but like in terms of like actually being like OP or broken in a meta, like it's the shadows have that defense drop. They have the initial like bulk loss that make them like not really as much of a threat as like let's say like a like a regular victory bell versus a shadow. Like the shadow does more, but it loses out on the bulk. So you have the trade-offs there. So I mean, there's both of those sides of the coin, and I'm more of the like let's not have people spend too much. So let's just like restrict the amount of shadows that people play, because that would in turn probably restrict people from, or like prevent people from spending too much. Um, yeah.
I think that the thing to me is that it feels like GBL is what's driving most people's investments or not. And the first two Sylph metas, especially the first one, have been fairly similar to GBL metas, and therefore they kind of lean on resources people have already built or teams that they've already used, lines they've already used. So the question to me is, if Sylph is not the one actually driving them to spend or not spend, how do they actually look at that in terms of what you're saying, like trying not to get people to spend so much. And people are making a Shadow Razor Leafer no matter what for GBL, and they just made it, and they're just like, well, I made it for GBL, I want to be able to use it for Sylph. Would we rather have one more reason for them to feel Sylph is inclusive, or would we rather have one more reason that Sylph is different and offers a completely different experience?
Someone else.
I mean, I'll go. I think Sylph and the meta analyst team do a great job at figuring out what metas shadows should and should not be allowed in. So I think it needs to be on a situational basis, and a blanket one way or the other probably is unnecessary. I know some people really hate shadows, but there are an equal number of people who really, really like them. And it doesn't really break most of the metas. And if it did, I'm confident that they would ban them from that specific meta. We did do what Ethan was suggesting about putting a limit of one shadow per team in our last Battle of the Servers. I feel like that worked out pretty well, but I haven't seen, even in metas where a ton of shadows would be allowed, I haven't seen most people stack their teams with more than one anyway. You'd be sacrificing so much bulk.
Exactly. Yeah, I think the lack of bulk is usually huge.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know, I mean, Shagness also has run like multiple all shadow teams, which is awesome.
I could see that.
Yeah, and she loves playing the game like that. That's sick. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone besides her, maybe like Mocha, to like some of the people for like Grunt Cup, they'll bring some crazy stuff. But any other meta, I feel like people generally maybe stick to one shadow and that's it. So restricting it to one is definitely a good idea, though. And then it's strategic too, because then you have to like carefully think about which one's going to be your shadow.
Yeah.
And yeah.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for sticking through this one. Thank you, Speedy, for sticking through after thinking that we weren't going to have you for the whole time. I appreciate you trooping through. Anything that you wanted to mention? I know that you said that you were going to be streaming more this week than before. Is there anything that you want people to watch for this week?
So I will be tweeting out my very official schedule for at least the next couple of weeks. I will probably scale back on that after the holiday season. But that should probably, I'm planning on having my official coming back after a break Wednesday at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. So that's dependent if I can work on my sound, because I've been having some issues with that. But I'm sure Jiggly understands that very well.
And I don't know why you would ever say that.
And go retrieve a mic as well. That is over an hour away. So that's always a fun thing. Yeah, but I need to go get that and need to work on my headphones too and other stuff. So yes, with all that pending, it should be Wednesday at 1:30, and I should probably be sticking around that time more so. We're saying Wednesday. I was like, maybe I can do Tuesday, but Tuesday's gonna be another bad day. So that is that. I will, like I said, I will be tweeting out at least an official schedule for the holiday season coming up. So you can follow me on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitch. It will eventually be posted places. It will be posted. So.
All right. Well, hopefully it all goes smoothly for you. Good luck retrieving things. We'll watch for the schedule. It's definitely not typical Jiggly hours, but it's probably better for the rest of the world. The main thing I have going on this week is I will be interviewing the creator of Go Battle Log on Thursday. and we will look into that. And I don't know how much any of you have used that, but it's definitely a both fun and useful tool. I've seen both sides of it, improving my GBLs and making it a little too easy for me to find justifications to build weird spicy crap that isn't as good as you might think. But will be a fun conversation to be had with that. Anything big going on with you, Alyssa, this week?
No, not really. I guess we're gonna see how the Nightfall I just threw myself into without really preparing goes. Should be a great time. Other than that, not much. I don't know how much I'll be playing this week. I'm trying to car shop. We'll see how that goes too.
What
That's
could be
like
more
nerve
fun than
wracking.
that? That sounds
Yeah.
almost as fun as buying a furnace.
Maybe more fun because at least I get to drive it around and it's not like sitting behind a closet or in a crawl space somewhere.
Yeah.
But like high up on the list is accessibility to charging ports for grinding reasons, because even though I don't drive, sometimes I will offer up my vehicle for a friend to drive. I still get to sit in the passenger seat, but somebody else drives my car.
Just make sure
Very important.
Just make sure in most cases you don't rely upon those janky USB plugs that they just put in the cars. You have to use your own chargers in most cases.
Oh, for sure.
And scientist, I'm not familiar with anything going on other than you're secretly building PC, which is not quite as secret as you suggest. But anything else to mention before we raid? I think I see white chocolate. I almost got it all the way out of my mouth without calling him Chew. Call him chocolate.
Well, my PC's built. The setup, the stuff that's coming, it should be arriving soon. So, I don't know when. Oh, well, school's gonna finish in 2 weeks, so not this week, but next. So,
all right,
probably then. Yeah.
We will be on the lookout for Ethan and his grinding streams as well.
I don't know if I'll have a phone, but okay.
Well, that's true. You may not.
I could try DU. I'll try DU recorder, and we'll see how that goes.
All right. I'm going to send off to White Chocolate and have a good night, everybody.
Bye.